Chapter 2551. Duan Lingtian was unaware that half a month after he left the Heavenly Wave Mansion's Heavenly Wave Galaxy, his name had spread to the galaxies around the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In fact, the news was still spreading and spreading out, and all of this was because what he had done was too shocking. In the history of Yen Huang Realm, there were many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who died before they ascended to the Devata realms. However, most of them were killed by the heavenly tribulation lightning while they were undergoing their heavenly tribulation. Very few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by others. Even if there were, the ones who killed them were celestials who had returned to the mundane realms from the Devata realms. Such cases were rare in the history of Yen Huang Realm. This was because celestials could not return to the mundane realms. Those who could return to the mundane realms were unwilling to do so because they did not want to be tainted by the mundane karma of the mundane realms. For this reason, it was rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to be killed in the mundane realms. For this reason, news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth. It was out of control, simply because everyone felt that this was a rare thing, a shocking and inconceivable thing. Duan Lingtian? Sword formation? Snatching someone's celestial supreme treasure? Some people from Yen Huang Realm who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone found out about the young man who had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion familiar. When they inquired further and found out that the young man was wearing purple clothes, had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome, they confirmed it. Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure outside the treasure vault of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. It's him. I can't believe it's him. He actually came to Yen Huang Realm? Are you sure it's not the woman next to him? Did he kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial himself? I think he did it himself. Oh my God! I thought only the woman next to him could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it seems like even he can easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's said that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by him. I heard that too. It is said that he snatched the celestial supreme treasure of the Heavenly Wave Prefecture's 9 tribulation, scattered celestial, and killed him. Even if he's only an eminent celestial and his strength is only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, those 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who can't use their celestial supreme treasures are no match for him. After confirming that the person who killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was Duan Lingtian from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the people who had just come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not help but feel shocked. Meanwhile, more and more people in Yen Huang Realm learned about Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was not from Yen Huang Realm. Instead, he came from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone a celestial. He was only an eminent celestial. Moreover, the woman next to Duan Lingtian was suspected to be his wife. Her strength was comparable to a celestial, and she could easily kill 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures. When the news about Duan Lingtian spread in Yen Huang Realm, the cultivators in Yen Huang Realm were shocked. Heavens! How can there be such a monster in this world? A person from a small mundane realm is capable of displaying such terrifying strength with just the cultivation base of an eminent celestial. In the history of Yen Huang Realm, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying eminent celestial before, right? I can't believe he's only an eminent celestial. Have you heard? There's a woman next to him. She easily killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He's only an eminent celestial, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. It seems like it has something to do with the woman beside him. I remember the 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from the heavenly wave mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's only an eminent celestial. If Duan Lingtian uses his soul attack, he should be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions continued to spread in various galaxies in Yanhuang realm. It did not take long for the news to spread to the galaxy ruled by the Celestial Masters sect. Duan Lingtian killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion? Zhang Yi, one of Duan Lingtian's friends in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was shocked when he heard about this. Zhang Yi, it's your fortune to know him. The person who brought the news to Zhang Yi was Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Zhang Yi. Although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of Dharma in the Celestial Masters sect, he had thought Duan Lingtian's strength was only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion in just a blink of an eye. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion is not as strong as the old ancestor of the Celestial Master sect, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? Shi Zhong thought to himself as he shuddered in fear. It is indeed my good fortune. Upon hearing Shi Zhong's words, Zhang Yi nodded his head in agreement. He felt that he was extremely lucky to be able to befriend someone like Duan Lingtian. He believed, now that Duan Lingtian's reputation had spread, even the great ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect would pay special attention to Zhang Yi, and all of this was because he was a friend of the Duan Lingtian and someone that the Duan Lingtian had promised to protect. When he was separated from Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian had expressed his stance in front of the right protector. Not long after, reality proved that Zhang Yi was right. Not only did Duan Lingtian attract the attention of the old ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect, but the Celestial Masters sect even gave him all the divine abilities and celestial methods in the Devata realms. Naturally, this was all in the future. However, it's just as they said. The 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He's a bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks as he pleases. As long as he uses soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial, won't be able to withstand it, right? Shi Zhong muttered to himself. Perhaps he doesn't know Duan Lingtian is an eminent celestial? Zhang Yi speculated. Zhang Yi was right. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, had also received news about Duan Lingtian. What? He's only an eminent celestial. When Yang Qingjian found out Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he was so angry that he nearly fainted. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. After all, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he would have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial at that time? The 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion said with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, let alone Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the Supreme Elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion felt wronged. When the news spread throughout Skywave Prefecture, everyone in the prefecture felt aggrieved. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. The old ancestor died unjustly. He died unjustly. The Heavenly Wave Mansion was filled with mourning. Previously, they had thought Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a mysterious technique that allowed him to snatch Celestial Supreme treasures away from the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although they were angry and helpless, they could only accept it. After all, Duan Lingtian was indeed stronger than the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were unwilling to accept this. None of them were willing to accept this. While the Heavenly Wave Mansion was in an uproar, everyone felt wronged. Duan Lingtian had returned to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone with Tang Xiao. Through the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, they had returned to his hometown, the Saint Province Realm. After returning to the Saint Province Realm, Duan Lingtian first inquired about the current situation in the Saint Province Realm. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out the Devil Clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time for the Devil Clans to return to the land of exile. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he hovered in the air above Sin City in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he made a timely announcement to the city of Sin, as well as all the humans and demons around the city of Sin. I, Duan Lingtian, will battle the strongest Devil Clans in a month's time 1,000 miles north of Sin City. Chapter 2552. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread to the city of Sin and into the ears of the humans and demons around the city of Sin. It was like thunder in their ears. After a brief moment of silence, the humans who heard Duan Lingtian's voice broke out in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move. He's finally going to make a move. There's no difference between him making a move and his wife making a move. After Duan Lingtian's wife killed the patriarch of the dragons, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to make a move to expel the devils from the land of exile. I didn't expect them to finally make a move. The patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't manage to expel the devils. There must be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil Clans. Of course, I've heard from some devils that there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Devil Clans. What kind of era are we in? Not only are there monsters like Duan Lingtian and his wife, but there are also 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons and devils. Duan Lingtian wants to fight the strongest devil in the Devil Clans. In my opinion, he's helping his wife arrange this battle. That's most likely the case. I have a friend who's a member of the dragons. He said Duan Lingtian isn't strong enough to defeat the patriarch of the dragons. It's only because of his wife that the patriarch of the dragons died. When the humans heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans was between his wife and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans. And the reason why they thought so was naturally because of the strength that Duan Lingtian's wife displayed when she killed the dragon's patriarch, which gave them a preconceived notion. What they didn't know was that Duan Lingtian's wife had already left the Saint Province realm. She wouldn't be back for at least 1,000 years. Oh my God, it's that Duan Lingtian. When the demons heard Duan Lingtian's voice, their expressions changed. They had all heard of the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife. They knew that she could instantly kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial dragon's clan leader. The strongest expert of the Devil Clan was only a 9th tribulation scattered immortal, like the leader of the dragons. Duan Lingtian's wife, is she finally going to make a move? I've always been worried about the arrival of this day, but has this day finally arrived? When news of Duan Lingtian's wife killing the leader of the dragon's clan leader spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the Devil Clans did not believe it. However, after some verification, they had no choice but to believe it. At that time, All the devil clans knew that there was a ninth tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the Saint Province realm, there was someone who was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she was the wife of a famous person in the Saint Province realm, Duan Ling Tian. She had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. If Duan Ling Tian's wife attacks us, how are we going to defend ourselves? Even the strongest devil in the devil clans wouldn't be a match for Duan Ling Tian's wife, right? At that time, the devil clans fell into a state of panic. There were even some cowardly demons who returned to their hometown, the Banished Realm, which was also known as the Land of Exile by the people in the Sanctuary Realm. Of course, most of the devil race still had hopes of getting lucky and stayed behind. Compared to the Land of Exile, the Saint Province Realm was like heaven to them. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy abundant, but it was also rich in cultivation resources. They were reluctant to leave. Most importantly, the strongest devil clans in the Saint Province realm did not say anything. For this reason, the devil clans could only stay in the Saint Province realm in fear. At this point, they had completely forgotten about Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's wife. However, today, Duan Ling Tian had suddenly appeared and announced that he would challenge the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans to a duel in a month's time. This made them feel a sense of crisis. They felt the strongest devil in the Saint Province realm was going to die. After all, Duan Ling Tian's wife was someone who could kill the patriarch of the dragons in just a second. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Half a month later, in the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, nothing would remain intact. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, all of you are here for the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Master Wu Ji, right? One of the middle-aged men, dressed in green, asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he was trying to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes, that's right. That's the reason we're here. The other 6 people nodded in agreement when they heard the middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Immediately after, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and powder that filled the sky. Then it fell down and fell into the ice water that had appeared in the gap on the glacier. The ice shards and ice shards continued to fall into the icy water, splashing everywhere. All of you, why are you looking for me? An indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, but no one knew where it had come from. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! After the 7 people's bodies trembled, they recovered at the first moment. They respectfully bowed to the old man who seemed to appear out of thin air not far away. If someone from the devil clans who knew the 7 of them were here, they would be shocked to see the 7 of them. This was because the 7 of them were considered overlords in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian? He's going to challenge me in 2 weeks? After learning about Duan Lingtian's challenge from the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerables from the devil clans, the expression on the old man's face darkened immediately. Did he say that it was him or his wife who wanted to challenge me? The old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 7 people in front of him. In his opinion, Master Wu Ji was not an exception. Duan Lingtian challenging him to a battle and Duan Lingtian's wife challenging him to a battle were 2 completely different concepts. He had investigated the incident that happened in the Dragon Clan. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the most he could do was fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw. However, Duan Lingtian's wife had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan with just a wave of her hand. If his opponent was Duan Lingtian, he was confident he could fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw, since his strength was not inferior to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, if his opponent was Duan Lingtian's wife, he was not confident he could survive. After all, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, who was as strong as him, had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He said he wants to challenge you, Master Wu Ji. However, he didn't say he won't let his wife interfere. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said. The other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials nodded in agreement. What do all of you think about this? The old man asked as he looked at the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although he was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans and the strongest person in the devil clans, he usually did not meddle in the affairs of the devil clans. He only focused on his closed-door cultivation as he waited for the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He would only make a move when the devil clans required his help. In his opinion, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm. We can't say for sure. It's all up to you, Master Wu Ji. After all, if Duan Lingtian's wife is here and wants to attack you, Master Limitless, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said. That's right. Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial agreed. If you accept the challenge, your life will be in danger. I don't know what all of you think, but I don't want you to take the risk. Chapter 2553. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by crack. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under the anticipation of all the humans and saint beasts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the day that Duan Lingtian had announced a month ago finally arrived. Early in the morning, a group of humans and devils gathered 1,000 miles north of Sin City in the central province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Generally speaking, wherever a large number of humans and demons gathered, a bloody battle would break out. However, on this day, the humans and demons seemed to have come to an agreement beforehand. They stood on opposite sides of each other in peace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the sound of wind whistling, more humans and demons arrived. Moreover, after these humans and demons arrived, they all entered their own camps. The human camp and the devil clans stood on opposite sides of each other. It was as though they were facing off against each other. Time continued to pass by. When it was almost noon, the number of people had dwindled. At this moment, the number of humans and devils present had reached a terrifying number. From afar, it was as though the number of people was endless. Why isn't he here yet? What's the rush? Duan Lingtian only said he's going to fight the strongest devil clans today, but he didn't say when he's going to come. It's only been half a day. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Are you worried that Duan Lingtian won't come? Don't forget that he's the one who initiated the battle today. I heard that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he can't defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, it's still impossible for the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to defeat him. That's right. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would at most come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. In the human camp, a group of people whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. The topic of their discussion was naturally one of the main characters today, Duan Lingtian. He was also a powerhouse among the humans. The news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with the clan leader of the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had long spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, these humans knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. Humph! So what if Duan Lingtian and that 9th tribulation loose immortal of the devil clan are evenly matched? Don't forget that his wife is someone who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very quickly, someone snorted and said. His words immediately resonated strongly with the group of humans. That's right. Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal in a second. As long as she takes action today, the strongest expert of the devil clan, even if he is a 9th tribulation loose immortal, will definitely die. I'm just worried that the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan won't dare to show up. After all, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's wife's strength. If that's the case, not only will the devil clan be humiliated today, but they'll also be facing a calamity. After all, Duan Lingtian has said a month ago that if the strongest expert of the devil clan doesn't show up, he'll annihilate all the devils. How domineering! How domineering! The group of humans present on the scene could not help but feel proud when they talked about this. After all, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse among the humans. He was the pride of the humans. At the same time, he was also the hope of the humans to defeat the devil clans and drive them back to the land of exile. However, I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who gradually rose to fame in the Zoroastrianism, would have such accomplishments today. That's right. At that time, I thought it was already shocking for someone who came from the lower province to the upper province to make such a name for himself. But now, it seems like we've all underestimated him. Who would have thought that a young man from the lower province would have such incredible accomplishments when he's not even 100 years old? No matter what, it's our fortune to have him. Indeed. At the same time, many people could not help but exclaim when they recalled Duan Lingtian's past. After all, it could be said that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's growth step by step until today. This time, as long as Duan Lingtian manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, his name will go down in history and he'll become a legend like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. No, if he manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, he'll become a legend even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, not only is his strength on par with Feng Qingyang, but he has also made great contributions to the human race. That's right. His contributions to the human race are incomparable to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and his wife driving the devil clans back to the land of exile. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the human race, the devil clans were deathly silent. All the devils had gloomy expressions on their faces. Do you think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans will really come? A devil with a minotaur head and a human body asked the people around him. It's hard to say. If I were him, I don't think I'd come. After all, he might be able to deal with Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian's wife can easily kill him. It's normal for him not to come since he knows he's going to die. However, I still hope he'll come. After all, if he doesn't come today, Duan Lingtian will definitely kill us. I hope he'll come as well. There are 2 reasons why I'm still here and didn't return to the land of exile. Firstly, I hope he'll come. Secondly, I don't think Duan Lingtian will let me go even if I return to the land of exile. That's right. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, if they want to kill us, it doesn't matter if we stay in the Saint Province realm or return to the land of exile. Most of the devils present on the scene did not think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come to the land of exile with Duan Lingtian. However, they could not help but look forward to seeing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the land of exile. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come and protect them. Now, the majority of the devil race were looking forward to the arrival of the strongest expert of the devil race. At the same time, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that the strongest expert of the devil race would not come. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial did not come, their deaths would be certain. However, there were a small number of demons who were very calm. Almost all of these devils belonged to the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace and a friend of Duan Lingtian from the human devil clan, was present as well. Now his eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. It's a pity Sister Wen Jing isn't coming. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he thought about the woman who was unwilling to come. Naturally, he knew why the woman was unwilling to come. After all, it was unlikely that Duan Lingtian would be alone in his battle with the devil clan's strongest powerhouse. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master, is he finally going to appear? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was also present. His eyes were filled with anticipation as well. He was eager to see his master, Duan Lingtian. Many people from the human devil clans, 3 palaces, and 6 halls were also present. He's here. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, which suppressed the hubbub of humans and demons at present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, waves of swift wind whistling sounds were also transmitted from afar. It was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to involuntarily look towards the source of the sound. The sound came from the north. In the north, a total of 8 figures were approaching at an insane speed. Of course, with their speed, only a few powerful bodiless celestials could vaguely catch sight of them. Master Wu Ji is here. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed in surprise. It's Master Wu Ji. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan exclaimed excitedly. Master Wu Ji? Many devils were confused when they heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. However, after a while they learned who Wu Ji was from some of the bodiless celestials. Master Wu Ji is the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. He's here. Like I said, we demons are indomitable. How could the strongest demon of our race admit defeat so easily? At the same time, the group of demon race cultivators' eyes lit up with excitement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A total of 8 figures appeared between the human clan and the demon clan like ghosts, appearing before everyone's eyes. These 8 people were led by an old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, at this moment, this ordinary-looking old man had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This old man is the strongest person in the devil clans? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Although the humans present on the scene were confident in Duan Lingtian and his wife, they could not help but gasp when they saw the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at the old man. After all, Duan Lingtian had not arrived yet. if this old man were to suddenly go crazy and attack them, all of them would definitely die without a burial ground. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? I hope this 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Lingtian's challenge. Duan Lingtian, hurry up and come! Chapter 2554. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. Just as all of the humans present were feeling extremely anxious, the devilish beings present all bowed respectfully toward the elderly man who was the leader of the group of 8. This was the first time most of them had seen the old man. Although it was their first time seeing the old man, they could not help but feel a sense of awe when they learned about his identity. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it took him a lot of courage to come here today. After all, not only did he have to face Duan Lingtian, but he also had to face Duan Lingtian's wife, who was terrifyingly strong. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! When the group of devil clan members greeted the old man respectfully, it was especially ear-piercing when it reached the ears of the humans present. Moreover, it caused them to become even more anxious. After all, they did not know if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would choose to fight to the death. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. Just as the group of humans were getting more and more anxious, someone among the group of humans yelled. The eyes of the humans lit up immediately as they looked left and right in an attempt to find Duan Lingtian. Over there. I see it. It's Duan Lingtian. Soon after, the humans saw 2 figures. In the west, 2 figures were walking side by side in the air. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He was tall and handsome, and he was no stranger to them. More than 90% of them had seen the purple-clad young man's portrait before. Duan Lingtian. When the group of humans locked their gazes on the purple-clad young man and confirmed his identity, they could not help but reveal a hint of excitement. She's Duan Lingtian's wife? She must be. There's only a woman by his side. Who else could it be if she's not his wife? Soon after, their eyes fell on the beautiful figure standing next to Duan Lingtian. They thought she was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. However, was the woman by Duan Lingtian's side his wife? The answer was naturally no. The person who had killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. On the other hand, Ker was no longer in the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm, or even the Devata realms. Ker was currently in the world of divine offering and would not be able to leave within the next 1,000 years. I've long heard from the dragons that the Duan Lingtian's wife is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. She is indeed a peerless beauty. I'm afraid only a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of such a beauty. At the very least, that's the case in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Some of them even mistook her for Ker, Duan Lingtian's wife. Although the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was peerless and beautiful, she was not his wife, Ker. Instead, she was Tang Xiao, a disciple of Tang sect who had returned from Yanhuang realm with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao walked side by side. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the group of humans and devils. He's the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the leader of the 8 people hovering in the air between the group of humans and devils. He could vaguely guess the leader's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers around him, confirming his guess. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao arrived at the empty space between the group of humans and devils. They stood opposite the 8 people led by the strongest devil from the devil clans. You're Duan Lingtian. The strongest devil from the devil clans, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans, had his eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. Now that Duan Lingtian was close to him, he could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the old man's question. A month ago, you said you wanted to challenge me to a duel. I wonder if you're going to fight me or ask your wife to do it. The old man asked bluntly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he only glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao for a moment before he retracted his gaze. The reason he did this was because he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian's wife if he glanced at her too much, and he would be killed. He knew his own strength. He was not a match for Duan Lingtian's wife at all. Before he came here, he had already discussed this with the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans. If Duan Lingtian personally challenged him to a duel, he would accept the challenge and fight with Duan Lingtian even if it was a draw. However, if Duan Lingtian's wife challenged him to a duel, he would immediately admit defeat. Apart from that, he would also promise to lead all the devils out of the Saint Province realm to the exiled realm. This way, he would be able to save his life and save the devil clans from a calamity. My wife. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. When the humans and devils heard the old man's words, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were curious about how Duan Lingtian would respond to the old man. The humans, naturally, hoped Duan Lingtian would ask his wife to fight. The devils, naturally, hoped that Duan Lingtian would personally make a move. That doesn't seem to be Brother Lingtian's wife, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned when he saw the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. This was because he had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Duan Lingtian's wife did not look like this. Although this black-clothed woman had a peerless appearance that wasn't much inferior to Duan Lingtian's wife, she was extremely beautiful. She was not Duan Lingtian's wife. What's going on? Huang Qiling was dumbfounded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the other human devils who had seen Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker, were dumbfounded. The black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was not his wife, who had killed the patriarch of the dragons. After all, they had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Your wife has the strength to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer a secret in the Saint Province realm. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said confidently, "If you ask your wife to make a move today, I'll admit defeat. Moreover, I'll take the devils and leave the Saint Province realm with me and return to the realm of exile. If you fight, I'll fight you as well. Even if we end up in a draw, I'll still bring all the members of the devil clans back to the exiled realm. Naturally, I'll only do this for your wife's sake." The old man's words revealed another piece of information. The devil clans can leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm, but it's only for the sake of Duan Lingtian's wife, not Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha! Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" The old man frowned. "I'm laughing at you. You've never met my wife, and yet you treat everyone as my wife." Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said indifferently, "This person next to me is my friend, not my wife. My wife has already left the mundane realm. She won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm." Duan Lingtian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard this. Would they really have to wait for 1,000 years before they could meet again? What? She's not your wife. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he could not help but lose his composure when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Tang Xiao's cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. As expected, she's not your wife. At this moment, the old man was certain. Previously, the old man had thought Tang Xiaoxiao was Duan Lingtian's wife, who could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, so he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to investigate her. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness to verify Duan Lingtian's words. If your wife is really not in the mundane realm and won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving him with his earlier words. Are you so confident that I won't be able to defeat you? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly smiled brightly. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but sneer when she heard the old man's words. She mocked the old man for being too arrogant. What? This black-clad woman isn't Duan Lingtian's wife. How's that possible? If she's not his wife, then who is she? If she's not his wife, why would he bring her here? The humans present on the scene had been waiting for Duan Lingtian's wife to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. However, Duan Lingtian had said, Duan Lingtian, the devil clans are here. Chapter 2555. Moreover, Duan Lingtian said his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. Many people's faces turned pale when they recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He must be joking. I think he's joking as well. Even if his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. He shouldn't have said that, right? That's right. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. After a few moments, the expressions of many people calmed down. They thought Duan Lingtian was joking. Joking? Do you think it's necessary for him to make such a joke? I don't think it's necessary for him to make such a joke. Since he has said so, I'm sure he believes Duan Lingtian as well. Many people from the human devil clan had met Duan Lingtian in the Debussy subterranean, so they believed Duan Lingtian was strong enough to defeat him. Did you just say I'm not qualified for you to use your celestial supreme treasure? The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans asked in a low voice. His expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. What? You're a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but you're so old. Are you deaf? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Good. Very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without using your celestial supreme treasure. The old man was infuriated by Duan Lingtian, and his expression changed rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in when he suddenly shouted out. Bang! His body swayed as he stomped his feet in the air, leaving a huge hole in the void. As soon as the huge pit appeared, it was torn apart again, pulling out a hideous and terrifying void crack. Boom! 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 When the old man rushed out, his entire body seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Everywhere it passed, the void would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would rise and fall continuously. Countless cracks in the void would also be torn open, looking particularly ferocious. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Bang! A moment later, the old man was already not far away from Duan Lingtian. With a shake of his arms, a vast and boundless power seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. His domineering aura caused people to involuntarily feel fear. That's all you got. Just as the old man attacked with all his might like a ferocious beast pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of mockery. Your strength is only comparable to that of the former leader of the dragons. It seems that I have overestimated you," Duan Lingtian said calmly. "Shameless boasting," the old man shouted coldly. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. "You'll know whether I'm shameless boasting or not soon enough." Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as before. However, when he spoke again, he made a move. Whoosh! When he raised his hand, his back was slightly bent into the shape of a bow. Then he suddenly exerted his strength, and his arm shot out like a dragon in the direction where the old man was charging towards. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 as Duan Lingtian's arm shot out like a dragon, dazzling white lights shot out from his open palm. They were all condensed sword lights. These sword rays whistled out from Duan Lingtian's palm. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into thousands of sword rays. In the next moment, these thousands of sword rays turned into tens of thousands of sword rays and formed a mysterious sword formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the sword formation was formed, it shot out without any hesitation, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords that Duan Lingtian had cast. Boom! When the afterimages of the sword formation merged with the sword formation shone brightly as an even more powerful aura surged out from it. How's this possible? At this moment, the old man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under normal circumstances, only a golden celestial from the Devata realms would be able to unleash such power. Boom! The old man's expression changed drastically as his body swelled up like a balloon before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, one could vaguely see bits and pieces of golden light twinkling. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the old man's all-out attack that seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. Apart from that, it also destroyed the cloud of blood mist that the old man had turned into. Chapter 25:56. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely fast. However, with his current strength, even without using his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords that he had mastered, was not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. It was one of the most powerful, offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. After using this ability, his attack power would increase by an entire 3 levels compared to before using this ability. Swoosh! 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 Without using his celestial sword, Duan Lingtian's sword formation was comparable to the attack of the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms was much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. No matter how weak a golden celestial was, he was still a golden celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial strength was only comparable to a peak heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. The weakest golden celestial was not comparable to the strongest heavenly celestial. For this reason, apart from Duan Lingtian and his opponent, only the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans could clearly see the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the others, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. How's this possible? He doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, but he's still so strong? He easily defeated Limitless Master's full-powered attack, and even forced Limitless Master to use the demonic blood escape? Heavens! What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? I thought he had to use a celestial supreme treasure to fight the patriarch of the dragons to a draw? Based on his strength, he should be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure, right? He's pretending to be weak all this while. The 7/8 tribulation loose celestials of the Devil clan were shocked because they had vaguely seen Duan Lingtian's means. It took them a long time to calm down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Duan Lingtian had such strength. With the strength that he has displayed so far, even if he is not as strong as his wife, he is not much weaker, right? This Duan Lingtian and his wife, where did they come from? How could someone from the WCI, subterranean in the sanctuary realm, achieve such heaven-defying achievements in less than 100 years? The 7/8 tribulation loose immortals of the Devil clan felt it was inconceivable. However, no matter how inconceivable it was, the facts were right in front of them. They had to believe it. I take back what I just said. Your strength is still slightly stronger than that of the Dragon's clan leader. At the very least, if the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader was in his place, he would have died from my earlier attack. When the others regained their senses, Duan Lingtian suddenly shifted his gaze to the northeast as though he was talking to the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene were shocked to see a blood-red light suddenly appeared in the area Duan Lingtian was looking at. After the blood-red light appeared, it began to boil and churn before it turned into a bloody mist. Then it shrunk at lightning speed and reverted to a human figure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Master Wu Ji! What's Master Wu Ji doing? The people from the Devil clan were stunned when they saw the familiar figure standing in the northeast. At this moment, the person who appeared in the northeast was none other than the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans. He was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans who had survived Duan Lingtian's attack. However, the current old man seemed to be much weaker than before. At the very least, he seemed to have aged a lot compared to before. Everyone present on the scene could see this. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan seems to be injured. Moreover, it seems like he's severely injured. What on earth happened just now? Didn't he attack Duan Lingtian? How did he run so far away in just a blink of an eye? That's right. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained motionless on the spot from the beginning until the end. Some of the humans with weaker cultivation bases looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had no idea what had happened earlier. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans present on the scene, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although they could not see what had happened as clearly as the 7/8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clan, they could still see what had happened earlier. Not only did Duan Lingtian have the upper hand in the fight with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, but he had almost killed his opponent. At the critical moment, his opponent seemed to have used some technique to escape. The technique Master Wu Ji used earlier seems to be the heavenly devil blood escape that no one in the Devil clan has managed to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clans regained his senses and began to recall what he had seen earlier. He could not help but cry out in surprise when he recalled what had happened earlier. Heavenly devil blood escape. Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, the other devils present on the scene were shocked as well. It was not a secret that the Devil clan was skilled in the blood escape technique. Even some demonic cultivators knew how to use the blood escape technique. However, there were different grades of blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique was the strongest blood escape technique that the devils in the mundane realms could master. As for the blood escape technique that the devils in the Devata realms mastered, it could only be used in the Devata realms. In the mundane realms, there was no blood escape technique that was comparable to the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique. The Heavenly Devil blood escape technique did not have a huge side effect. It would only drain 10% of the user's strength in an instant. Moreover, there would be side effects in the user's body, making it impossible for the user to recover his strength in a short time. Generally speaking, unless one's life is in danger, very few people would use the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique. Because once I use this blood escape technique, it means that I won't be able to recover my full strength for a period of time. I didn't expect Master Wu Ji to have cultivated the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique. For him to use the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique at this moment means he's in danger. Danger? Do you mean Duan Ling Tian almost killed Master Wu Ji earlier? That's very likely. The group of devils was shocked by the old man's ability to cultivate the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique. At the same time, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Heavenly Devil blood escape technique? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man calmly. Interesting. Now do you still think that I was boasting shamelessly earlier? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian's wife isn't the only one whose strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. If your attack earlier had been boosted by a celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to use the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique. The old man said, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the instant that the elderly man's voice trailed off, the expressions of all of the devilish beings present changed drastically. Based on Wu Ji's words and the fact that Wu Ji had used the Heavenly Devil blood escape technique to escape, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. After all, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duan Ling Tian had yet to use his celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian is really good at hiding his strength. As it turns out, he's not any weaker than his wife. I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to actually possess such a formidable strength. At this time, apart from a few demonic humans, the rest of the demonic humans were very disappointed. They only had one thought left in their minds. They hoped Duan Ling Tian would let them go. Based on the current situation, the devil clans had been utterly defeated. There was no way they would be able to turn the situation around. In contrast to the disappointment of the devilish beings, all of the humans present wore excited looks on their faces. Heavens! As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong. Based on what the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said, Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to Duan Ling Tian's wife. That seems to be the case. At the very least, he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian didn't even use his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would be even stronger. To think that I thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. It seems like I've underestimated him. You're not the only one who underestimated him. All of us underestimated him as well. When the humans present on the scene recalled how they had thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant, they felt their faces burning. Reality had given them a slap in the face. This caused them to feel somewhat ashamed. If I'm not mistaken, the Heavenly Demon blood escape you used just now, other than being able to dodge my attack, you can also escape far away and out of my sight. It can even prevent me from finding you. Chapter 25:57. Just now, you could have escaped on your own and saved your own life. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man curiously. If I wanted to protect myself, I wouldn't have come here today. The old man was no longer in high spirits. He looked like an old man in his twilight years with a wry smile on his face. After all, before I came, I thought that your wife would come with you. I've confirmed your wife's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. the old man said. So you're doing this for your clansmen? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Yes, the old man did not deny it. At your cultivation base, you're only one step away from passing the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascending to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. Is it worth it for you to do this? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's not worth it. You said they're my clansmen, the old man said. Master Wu Ji, Master Wu Ji. After hearing the old man's words, the group of demon tribesmen was moved, and their faces were filled with excitement. The human devils knew Duan Lingtian would not lay a finger on them, even if he wanted to annihilate the entire devil clan. When they heard the old man's words, they could not help but feel respect for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I hope you'll spare my clansmen after I die. After I die, the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials will lead my clansmen to leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm. At that time, my clansmen will personally repair the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm to return peace to the Saint Province realm. A hint of pleading could be heard in the old man's voice when he spoke. Master Wu Ji, Master Wu Ji. The group of devils was moved by the old man's words. When did I say I'm going to kill you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man indifferently. Why you're not going to kill me? The old man trembled slightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The group of devils looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, hoping Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he said indifferently, apart from the human devils who want to stay in the Saint Province realm, I'll give you 3 months to bring the rest of them out of the Saint Province realm. Half a month ago, I went to the Phoenix clan and gave each of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure. Don't think you can play any tricks after I ascend. Even after I've ascended, I'll still be able to deal with you. Duan Lingtian. The old man could not help but feel envious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess any celestial supreme treasures. However, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan possessed celestial supreme treasures. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were envious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, they were envious of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan. They were both 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, but why were they so lucky? Let's go. Since the matter with the devil clans had been resolved, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay here any longer. He turned to look at Tang Xiao, who was standing next to him. Then he casually tore a tear in space and brought her into it. Everyone could only see his back as he left. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back. Before Duan Lingtian left, he was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words and kill him. Master Wu Ji. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms, he's only an ethereal immortal. However, his cultivation base is only at the level of an eminent celestial at most. We can find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and use a soul attack to kill him. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said through voice transmission. Humph. However, when the old man heard the voice transmission from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he scoffed and said, It's true that he's an eminent celestial, but are you sure his wife is also an eminent celestial? If his wife isn't, the devil clans will be annihilated after he dies. Moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, it's too risky to ambush him with his current strength. If he notices us, he'll be able to kill the bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial no longer dared to say anything else. All of you stay in Sin City. I'll look for all of you after I'm done with my business here. Before Duan Lingtian left, he said goodbye to two familiar faces in the Devil clans. They were Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Both of them were excited when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the end, that godlike man did not forget about them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiao through the tear in space, they left the upper province and arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To him, the Devil clans had already left. The matter with the Devil clans was finally resolved. Even if the Celestial Ascension Force suddenly appeared and pulled him to a Devata realm, he no longer had to worry about the Devil clans returning. After all, he had a backup plan. The 2-8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from the Phoenix clan were his backup plan. After the 2-8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials obtained the Celestial Supreme Treasures from him, their strength was on par with the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to kill the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans. As for the 7-8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from the Devil clans, he only needed 1-8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Phoenix clan to deal with them. Cloud Continent. After bringing Tang Xiao back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for long. Instead, he immediately headed south. It did not take long before he arrived at Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. To Duan Lingtian, Cloud Continent was divided into the foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties. After all, he was from one of the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. His family and friends were there as well. This time, he did not intend to disturb them. He just wanted to hide in the dark and watch them quietly without affecting their lives. At least, he would be able to resolve one of the things that had been bothering him before he left the Sanctuary Realm. He planned to return to Yanhuang Realm and wait for the Celestial Ascension Force to arrive in Yanhuang Realm after he was done with his business in the Saint Province Realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was most likely unaware that he was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province Realm. He was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province Realm because he was afraid he would miss Ku-Er and his family members if he continued to stay in the Saint Province Realm. Whenever he thought of them, he would feel a stab of pain in his heart. At the same time, he hated himself for being so useless. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon I'll be able to trigger on Cloud Continent with my current strength. Duan Lingtian still remembered that his hometown, Cloud Continent, was an extremely special place, and that was because when one revealed one's strength here, it would draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It could be the silhouette of an ancient mammoth, ancient horn dragon, or boom! Duan Lingtian was excited. With just a thought, the energy in his body surged out along the 99 Saint veins like a wild horse. It seemed to have transformed into a vast flame that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a series of noises above his head. He could not help but look up, curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he would be able to trigger. However, when Duan Lingtian looked up, he was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth energy above his head had gathered, like dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to cover the sky, but there was no sign of any heaven and earth phenomenon. Do I have to wait a little longer? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stood still and waited for a while. However, there was still no sign of any change in the dark clouds in the sky. "W, what are you doing?" Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask. She could not help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing. After Duan Lingtian explained it to her, she tried to mobilize her own energy to trigger the heaven and earth energy. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon she triggered was no different from Duan Lingtian's. Dark clouds billowed, but there was no sign of any elephants or dragons. I think our strength is too high, so the heaven and earth energy in this area won't be able to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon you mentioned. Tang Xiao guessed. That's the only explanation. Duan Lingtian nodded and gave up. Duan Lingtian was about to give up and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with Tang Xiao when he suddenly came to a halt. It was as though he had encountered an unexpected situation. What's wrong? Tang Xiao stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Tang Xiao's question. Instead, he raised his hand. A jade token that was shining with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. This jade token. Didn't that senior leave you this jade token? Tang Xiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duan Lingtian by the powerhouse from the divine offering land who called himself Xiajia. At this moment, whoosh! When Duan Lingtian let go of his hand, the profound light on the jade token suddenly skyrocketed. Then it flew toward the south at a rapid speed. It was as though it was leading the way. Chapter 2558. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the jade token flying toward the south and leaving behind a streak of dark green light. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he brought Tang Xiao along with him. Although the jade slip was not slow, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao had caught up with them. What's going on? Tang Xiao asked Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. Don't ask me. In response to Tang Xiao's question, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he followed the jade token that was flying south. I don't know what's going on as well. Earlier, I discovered that it was lying in my spatial ring. When I took it out, it began to vibrate as though it wanted to break free from my restraints. Then I let go of my hand, and that's it. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark green jade slip in front of him when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the dark green jade slip shone brighter and brighter. Even Duan Lingtian could feel its emotions at this moment. That was the emotion of excitement. Although it was just an inanimate object, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. I see. At the same time, Tang Xiao's eyes fell on the jade slip again. It seems like it's trying to take you somewhere? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his heart was filled with confusion. He did not know why the jade slip was acting strangely. Moreover, where was it trying to take him? Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and something else appeared in his hand. It was a sword. This sword was different from ordinary swords. Most swords were 3 feet long. This was also the reason why swords were called 3 feet long. However, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was only 1 foot long. It looked like an elongated dagger. At first glance, this sword gave people the feeling that it was a jade product similar to a jade slip. However, when Duan Lingtian held the sword in his hand, he could feel that the material used to forge this sword might be jade, but it was definitely not ordinary jade. This sword, at this moment, Tang Xiao's eyes landed on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. She remembered. This sword was left to Duan Lingtian by Xiajia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Xiajia had left 2 things for Duan Lingtian. One was a sword, and the other was a jade slip. The jade slip was leading the way, while the sword was in Duan Lingtian's hand. Third uncle is a powerhouse from the divine offering land. The thing he left for me must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 1-foot-short sword in his hand. When Xiajia had given him these 2 things, he had put them away absent-mindedly before he rushed back. After returning, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about these 2 things. Earlier, the jade slip that was shrouded in a mysterious light had started to vibrate in his spatial ring. This had caught his attention. Otherwise, he would have left them hanging for a while longer. This sword... Duan Lingtian could not see anything special about the sword in his hand. It did not look like a celestial supreme treasure, but it did not look like a weapon from the mundane realms either. Buzz! 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 However, when Duan Lingtian tried to mobilize a trace of energy and sent it into the foot-long short sword in his hand, the foot-long short sword began to vibrate at an exaggerated frequency. In the next moment, the changes that happened to the short sword caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. After the short sword trembled violently, its body began to crack inch by inch, giving off a feeling that it was about to shatter. Crack! 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 After a short moment, a series of clear sounds resonated. It was the 1-inch short sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that directly shattered into pieces after cracks that resembled spider webs appeared on the body of the sword. It's destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was this sword really left for him by a powerhouse from the divine offering land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though Xia Jie was toying with him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Xia Jie was toying with him, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Boy, the sword I left for you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact. Duan Lingtian could tell it was Xia Jie's voice. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Xia Jie's voice would appear at this moment. Xia Jie must have done something to the broken sword in his hand. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, a Devata artifact. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Xia Jie's words. The sword that he had accidentally destroyed in just a blink of an eye was a Devata artifact? However, just as Duan Lingtian's mouth was twitching, his eyes widened as though he had seen something shocking. He stared unwaveringly at the 1-foot-long short sword that was in tatters. A faint crimson light suddenly rose from the broken short sword. As soon as the crimson light appeared, it gradually transformed into the shape of a sword and a crimson sword chi. After the red sword gleam appeared, a faint orange light appeared in the broken dagger. After this orange light appeared, it quickly condensed into an orange sword gleam. After the orange sword chi, a yellow sword chi appeared. After the yellow sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a blue sword chi appeared. After the blue sword chi, a purple sword chi appeared. A total of 7 sword rays appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the form of a rainbow. While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. She did not know what was going on at all. Watch out! Tang Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise when she saw the broken pieces of the short sword flying toward Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding the broken pieces of the short sword. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaoxiao's warning was too late. In fact, even if Tang Xiaoxiao had warned Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Lingtian would not have dodged the sudden attack. This was because Xia Jie's voice rang in his ears once again. As long as you infuse your energy into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, its illusory body will shatter. At the same time, it will absorb your blood and recognize you as its master. As soon as Xia Jie's words left his mouth, the shard cut Duan Lingtian's palm, leaving behind a cut that was neither deep nor shallow. Blood began to seep out of the cut. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw that the 7 seven-colored sword lights that were originally floating in front of him seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and all of them whizzed out. Whoosh! 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 7 streaks of 7-colored sword light whizzed out, but they swept toward the wound on his palm that was bleeding. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to endure the pain, he realized something. When the seven-colored sword rays came into contact with the wound on his palm, they did not cause any harm to him. They only merged with the blood on the wound and into his palm, causing him to feel numb. What's going on? Even Tang Xiao could see what was going on during this process. After the blood that seeped out of the wound on Duan Ling Tian's palm merged with the seven-colored sword rays, it strangely entered Duan Ling Tian's wound. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's wound also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scar appeared on Duan Ling Tian's palm. This scar, Tang Xiao muttered. Both Tang Xiao and Duan Ling Tian were attracted by the scar on Duan Ling Tian's palm. If it was just an ordinary scar, they would not have paid attention to it. However, the problem was, this scar was in the shape of a sword. At the same time, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. After the 7 orifices exquisite sword has acknowledged you as its master, it will appear with a thought. If you don't need it, it will disappear with a thought. Of course, it won't really disappear. It will just merge with your body. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly looked into his body. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. According to Third Uncle's message, didn't he say the 7 orifices exquisite sword has merged with my body? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt something extra in his body. Moreover, it was not just a certain part of his body. Instead, it was his entire body, including his blood and bones. There seemed to be something extra in his body. Could it be that the 7 orifices exquisite sword has fused into my body, appearing at random places and fusing into my body? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have an epiphany, but he was not certain. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the end, Duan Ling Tian relaxed his body. With just a thought, he looked at the sword-shaped scar on his right palm. He discovered something else. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a constantly changing sword light appeared in his right hand. The changing colors were the 7 colors of the rainbow. The sword light only changed for a moment before it quickly solidified and turned into a completely transparent sword. It was as though it was made of glass from Duan Ling Tian's previous life. At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang again. This 7 orifices exquisite sword is a relic left behind by an old friend of mine. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Chapter 2559. A Top Celestial Weapon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Xia Jie's words. A top-notch immortal artifact referred to a top-notch immortal supreme treasure. He knew this. Previously, he had accidentally obtained the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. According to the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua, it was a supreme, celestial supreme treasure. However, it was damaged so it could not unleash its full power. A top celestial supreme treasure was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao had mentioned this before. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian had also heard Elder Hua mention the Devata artifact once. He knew the Devata divine weapons were rarer than top celestial supreme treasures. They were usually in the hands of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had souls. As for the details of the Devata artifact, Duan Ling Tian did not know much about it. Since Elder Hua did not elaborate, he did not ask. After all, he was too far away from a Devata artifact in the past. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a Devata artifact in the near future. According to Third Uncle's words, this Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, has lost its soul. That's why it's only comparable to a top celestial weapon. After all, Xia Jie had met Hua Lao in the past and learned about top celestial weapons and Devata artifacts from Hua Lao. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian was surprised that Xia Jie had left a Devata artifact for him, He remained calm and did not lose his composure. After all, he was someone who had obtained a top celestial weapon in the past. Although the top celestial weapon was damaged, it was still a top celestial weapon. Moreover, there was a spirit in it who treated him like a teacher and a friend. However, compared to the celestial sword in my possession, this sword is on a completely different level. In fact, it's even more powerful than the Jasper celestial sword in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. When Duan Ling Tian held the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in his hand, he was certain of this after experimenting a few times. For a moment, even though he had come into contact with a top-notch immortal artifact like the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda in the past, he still could not help but feel excited. After all, the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda was only a damaged top-grade immortal artifact, while the Seven Orifices Jewel Sword was a perfect top-grade immortal artifact. To be more precise, it was originally a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than a top-tier celestial weapon. However, due to the loss of its soul, it was only comparable to a top-tier celestial weapon. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian did not use any technique at all. He merely infused his eminent celestial energy into the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Sword rays shot out from the tip of the sword and tore through space, leaving terrifying rifts in the void. After all, if it was an ordinary celestial sword, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tear through space. This sword seems extraordinary. Tang Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise when she saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand after Duan Lingtian put it away. Of course, it's extraordinary. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood after obtaining a divine weapon. When he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words, he smiled faintly and said, "This sword of mine is considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Do you think it's ordinary?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao Xiao. However, Tang Xiao Xiao was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. This was because she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Was it considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Was it not a top celestial supreme treasure? Tang Xiao Xiao was a member of the Tang sect, and the Tang sect had a long history in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, she knew a lot about top celestial supreme treasures. In the legends of Yanhuang realm, there were many top immortal supreme treasures, but they were all legendary existences. Tang Xiao Xiao had never seen or heard of any forces in Yanhuang realm possessing an immortal supreme treasure of such level. However, Duan Lingtian had just told her that it was a top celestial supreme treasure. The seemingly transparent, 3-feet-long blade in his hand was actually a legendary supreme treasure of immortals? Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Tang Xiao Xiao finally regained her senses and asked in shock, "Why would I lie to you?" Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. With just a thought, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in his hand melted into a puddle of water and disappeared into the sword-shaped scar on his palm. It was as though it had never been there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the Seven Orifices exquisite sword's presence. It was as though it had merged with his body. "I forgot. Senior Xia Jie left this sword for you." After calming down, Tang Xiao Xiao recalled the origin of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Xia Jie, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land, had left it for Duan Lingtian before he left. In front of Senior Xia Jie, even those who came from the Divine Offering Land like Senior Xia Jie, who looked down on the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With Senior Xia Jie's means, it's not surprising that he left you a top celestial supreme treasure. A hint of envy could be seen in Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a top celestial supreme treasure. Who would not want it? The Divine Offering Land. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words. The words world of Divine Offering were like a thorn in his heart that was difficult to remove. I'm sorry. When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Duan Lingtian had fallen silent and his expression darkened, it was not difficult for her to guess that Duan Lingtian must have recalled something unpleasant. Therefore, she could not help but apologize. She had heard about Duan Lingtian's past from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had buried the pain in the depths of his heart. When she mentioned the divine offering land, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Duan Lingtian's wound. It's fine. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His expression softened slightly as he shook his head. There are some things that I can't help but think about even if no one says it. If I blame you, it would be akin to burying my head in the sand. Although Tang Xiaoxiao's emotions had fluctuated greatly earlier, she did not say anything. After all, it was his own fault. Duan Lingtian did not blame Tang Xiaoxiao. I believe you'll be strong enough to gain the approval of your wife's father and reunite with her after 1,000 years. Tang Xiao said solemnly. Thank you. Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as though she had sensed something. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the change in Tang Xiaoxiao's expression. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the mundane realm before you do. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Your celestial ascension force. Is it coming? I sensed it. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed. I didn't expect the celestial ascension force to come in less than 10 years after I passed the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this time. This is a good thing. Why do you sound like you're going to be tortured? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, no matter when we meet again, I'll never forget that my life belongs to you. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly as she looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. You don't have to say that again. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he immediately denied it. Your life is yours, not mine. As for killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, I was merely helping my friend. I didn't intend to gain anything from it. I, Duan Lingtian, always do as I please, so you don't owe me anything. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face when he finished speaking. Boom! Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth to say something, a deafening sound that sounded like a bolt from the blue tore through the sky and swept across the land. This is the celestial ascension force. As soon as the thunderous sound rang in the air, Duan Lingtian vaguely sensed something. A seemingly invincible force went through him and enveloped Tang Xiaoxiao, making her fly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao was shrouded by the ray of light, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiaoxiao disappeared along with it. She ascended just like that. From the moment the celestial ascension force appeared and brought Tang Xiaoxiao away, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so quick that Duan Lingtian was unable to react in time. It was not that he was slow, but the celestial ascension force had appeared too quickly. I hope you'll be fine in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian only treated Tang Xiaoxiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for quite some time. He could not help but feel a little sad that Tang Xiaoxiao was leaving so suddenly. All good things must come to an end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to follow the jade Token Xiajia left behind. The Crimson Sky Kingdom. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Chapter 2560. In general, Duan Lingtian's hometown in this life was the Saint Province realm. In general, it was the Debussyi subterranean, the Cloud Continent, the 10 Great Dynasties, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most of his friends and family on the Cloud Continent were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time he came back mainly because he wanted to see his old friends and family. He wanted to take a look at them from afar without disturbing them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that Xiajia had left for him would bring him back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he could return. Its speed actually slowed down. What surprised Duan Lingtian the most was that after the jade token brought him into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed actually slowed down, and it became slower and slower. Could it be that the place it's bringing me to is in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was confused. He remembered that after he triggered the message Xiajia had left on the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Xiajia had told him about the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and the dark green jade token. According to Xiajia, he had obtained the jade token by chance. This jade slip was something he'd obtained by chance. Moreover, when he just obtained this jade slip, there was a message left on the jade slip to remind him. It said, "Don't worry. Only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token." Xiajia had been trying to decipher the secret in the jade token for many years, but to no avail. However, there was one thing Xiajia was certain of. The jade token was not simple. He was not the only one who could not destroy the jade token. Even his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, could not leave a mark on the jade token. I've only met people with 98 heavenly veins in my life, and I've met more than 1 or 2 people with 99 heavenly veins. However, I've never met anyone with 99 heavenly veins. I've never even heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins. This was Xiajia's message. When I first obtained the jade token, I didn't know who left a message on the jade token. It reminded me that only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token. However, I didn't think much of it since I didn't think such a person existed. It was only when I met you that I learned there's someone with 99 heavenly veins in this world. I've never heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the Divine Offering Land, or realms similar to the Divine Offering Land. Take your time to uncover the secret in the jade token. Both my elder brother and I think this jade token is extraordinary. Xiajia's message ended there. Although Xiajia's message was Xia's end world, the jade token did not leave a message. The dark green jade slip leading the way was not an ordinary jade slip. There should be some kind of secret hidden in it, and it was not a small secret. Only someone with 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secrets? Why does it sound so far-fetched? Duan Lingtian shook his head and gradually stopped thinking about it. His attention was completely focused on the jade token that was leading the way for him. Where does it want to take me? Duan Lingtian followed the jade token all the way forward. The jade token's speed became slower and slower, and he slowed down as well, always following behind the jade token. Fresh Breeze Town is just up ahead. He followed the jade token into Swallow Mountain County, passed by Aurora City, and finally arrived at Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point for him in this life. It stopped. The jade token suddenly stopped when it was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duan Lingtian did the same when he saw the jade token had stopped. All of a sudden, swoosh! The jade slip suddenly trembled and fell from the sky as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian followed like a shadow, and he followed the jade token to descend into a desolate mountain range. Although this mountain range was near Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian had never been here before. He had never even heard of anyone coming here before. Duan Lingtian naturally knew the reason why no one had come here. When he followed the jade slip and landed on the ground, he saw something else. The terrain around this barren mountain range was steep. With the strength of Fresh Breeze Town's cultivators, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to climb over the steep terrain. As for powerful cultivators, they wouldn't stay in the small Fresh Breeze Town, just like Duan Lingtian in the past. After he had a certain amount of strength, he left Fresh Breeze Town and went to Aurora City. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was an immutable truth. That is, soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the jade token and arrived at one of the valleys in the desolate mountain range. At first glance, the valley was completely barren. However, the jade token was hovering above a black rock. Although the black rock's color was darker than the other rocks in the valley, Duan Lingtian would not have thought there was anything special about it if it was not for the fact that the jade token was hovering above it. It brought me all the way here just to find this stupid rock? Duan Lingtian was speechless. However, even though he was speechless, Duan Lingtian still walked up to the black rock and casually picked it up. He wanted to see what was so special about it that made the jade token given to him by Xiajia bring him all the way here. However, just as Duan Lingtian picked up the black rock, a voice rang in his ears. When this voice entered his ears, it caused him to be dumbstruck again. After a long while, he had a strange expression on his face. The secret of this rock can only be deciphered by someone with 99 heavenly veins. That was the rough meaning of the voice. Third uncle said that when he obtained the jade token, a voice reminded him that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this jade token. Duan Lingtian looked at the jade token hovering in the air before he looked at the black rock in his hand. Now that I've picked up this rock, a voice reminded me that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this rock. Duan Lingtian looked at the black rock with his left eye and right eye, but he could not see anything special about the black rock in his hand. At the very least, there was a layer of mysterious light surrounding the jade token that hovered in the air. With just a glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary object. What was in the black rock in front of him? Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the black rock in his hand with a look of disdain, he was shocked to find that there was something strange about it. At the same time, a layer of profound light, similar to the profound light on the jade, broke out of the black stone's body. In the blink of an eye, the black rock was also surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though someone had given him a tight slap. Isn't this slap a little too fast? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Didn't they say that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher their secret? I'm a person with 99 heavenly veins. Why can't I decipher their secret? As Duan Lingtian spoke in bewilderment, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the floating jade token. However, at the instant Duan Lingtian grabbed the jade token in his hand, an unexpected event occurred. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. The moment he stretched out his other hand to grab the jade slip, a wave of power gushed out from both the jade slip and the black stone, surging into his left and right hands respectively. It made him feel as though he was being electrocuted. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the energy in the jade token was flowing out. The energy from the black rock in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand were flowing directly into his saint veins. It was as though they wanted to flow through all the saint veins in his body. What happened next confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The two energies quickly flowed through all 99 saint veins in his body. After that, the two completely different energies strangely merged together. They actually merged together? Throughout the entire process, even if Duan Lingtian could control the energy in his body, he could not stop the energies from the black rock and the dark green jade token. Wherever they passed, the energy in Duan Lingtian's body could not interfere at all. Even Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the gap between the energy in his body and the two mysterious energies at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian discovered that the two mysterious energies had merged together, he could not help but feel uneasy. He was afraid that something strange would happen. Then he realized the merged energy split into two and flowed into his left and right hands, respectively flowing into the jade, token, and the rock. It's finally gone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this fused power would run amok in his body. Who knew what it would do to him? Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he was stunned to see, whether it was the black rock in his left hand or the dark green jade token in his right hand. They were both glowing brightly and extending a pushing force that pushed his clenched hands apart and spread them out. Then they left his hands and rose into the air. What are they doing? The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black rock and the dark green jade token that had left his hands glowed brightly again, as though they had turned into two blazing suns. Chapter 2561. The black stone and the dark green jade slip suddenly collided. This scene caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. However, when the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided with each other, the scene of Mars colliding with Earth that Duan Lingtian expected did not appear. Not only did they not make any sound when they collided, it was even silent. This is under Duan Lingtian's gaze. After the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided, they seemed to soften and intertwined with each other. In the end, they completely fused together in a very strange way, fusing into one. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned. And just at the moment when Duan Lingtian was stunned, whoosh! The fused black stone and dark green jade slip suddenly burst out with a strong light that was even stronger than the scorching sun at noon. It was so dazzling that Duan Lingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could open his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic and heavy aura hit him in the face, directly and fiercely sending him flying. This aura was also mixed with waves of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. Once it hit Duan Lingtian's body, it seemed to imprison Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to mobilize the strength in his body to resist this aura, but he could not. Wah! At the same time that he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian only felt a monstrous force hit his chest like a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to tremble, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance, Duan Lingtian found that he could barely mobilize the strength in his body and stabilize his body. The moment he stabilized his body and came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian subconsciously shouted angrily, thinking that someone was sneaking up on him. However, when he looked carefully, he found that, in front of his eyes, there was nothing but a metallic object that had appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him. What about the stone and the jade slip? Duan Lingtian wanted to find the stone and the jade slip, but he found that they were nowhere to be found. After the two merged with each other, it was as if they suddenly disappeared. That was until he vaguely sensed that a familiar yet unfamiliar aura was gradually fading away from the metallic object in front of him that had appeared at some point in time. Only then did he realize what was going on. This metal piece is the product of the fusion of the black stone and the dark green jade slip that sent me flying. Because the aura on the metal piece was exactly the same as the aura that blasted him away just now, it was not difficult for him to guess this point. After a while, Duan Lingtian found that the aura on the surface of the metal piece was completely converged. What the hell is going on? The jade slip that third uncle gave me, why did it fuse with that stone? Furthermore, they fused together into something that looks like a piece of metal. When the metal piece's aura was completely converged, and it was surrounded by an even deeper mysterious light, Duan Lingtian flew out and tentatively approached it. After finding that it had no intention of attacking him, he carefully reached out and held it in his hand. At this time, Duan Lingtian began to seriously look at the metal piece that was wrapped in mysterious light in his hand. This seems to be a broken piece of metal. Only one side of the metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand was flat, and the other 3 sides were bumpy. It wasn't hard to see that this iron-like thing seemed to have been forcefully broken off from something. It's quite thick. Weighing the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could not help but murmur, "Also, I don't know where the words on it are from, but they're so obscure. Also, it's not just the words. Even the pictures on it are difficult to tell what kind of pictures they are." Holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the ancient aura that was inadvertently emitted from it. This aura seemed to be telling him that it had existed for a very long time. What the hell is this? Looking at the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked left and right, but he could not tell what this metal piece was. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. This thing is not simple. What a joke! If this thing was simple, it would not have been able to send him flying and injure him with just its aura. Most importantly, this was not the case. This incomplete piece of metal was the product of the fusion of the mysterious jade token Xiajia from the divine offering land had given him and something else. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the other item, he could tell it was not an ordinary item. Nonsense! If it was an ordinary item, why would the mysterious jade slip given to him by Xiajia bring him all the way here? Let's see, what the hell is this? With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness with the intention of merging it with the broken metal piece in his hand to investigate it. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the broken metal piece, he was shocked to discover something. At this moment, the words and pictures on the broken metal piece seemed to have come to life. Moreover, they were emitting a strange and unfathomable energy. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried to merge his divine consciousness with it, it was completely devoured, from the beginning until the end. Although Duan Lingtian had continuously extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the broken metal piece, he did not discover anything useful. In fact, it could be said that he did not discover anything at all. This was because as soon as his divine consciousness got close to the broken metal piece, it would be devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. What the hell is this thing? In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to stop merging his divine consciousness with the broken metal piece. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the broken metal piece in his hand fearfully. It was as though he was looking at a scourge. Now that he was holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was holding a hot potato. The divine consciousness originates from the soul. Since it can devour divine consciousness so easily, I wonder if it can devour soul attacks as easily. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's soul trembled. He immediately launched a soul attack at the broken metal piece. The scene from before replayed itself. The moment Duan Lingtian's soul attack came into contact with the broken metal piece, it was devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. It was completely useless. As expected, it can devour soul attacks. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His gaze, when he looked at the broken metal piece, had changed completely. There was no longer fear in his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. With this broken metal piece, I won't have to fear the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this mundane realm. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Although his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial, the broken metal piece could easily devour the broken metal piece. However, since the defective metal piece could easily devour his soul attack, it would not feel any pressure even if it devoured the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. After all, One of the things that formed the broken metal piece was given to him by Xiajia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Even Xiajia felt that this thing was not simple. Therefore, it would not be difficult for the incomplete piece of iron, which was formed by the fusion of two other things, to devour the soul attack of a ninth tribulation, loose immortal who had mastered the soul-gathering embodiment technique. For this reason, Duan Lingtian looked at the broken metal piece in his hand as though it was a treasure. This broken metal piece definitely has more than just the ability to devour divine consciousness and soul attacks. It must have many other secrets. However, with my current strength, I don't know what other secrets it has. Duan Lingtian could tell the broken metal piece in his hand was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from that, the appearance of this broken metal piece must have something to do with the 99 saint veins in my body as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the dark green jade token in his hand. At that time, the black stone and the dark green jade token had each released a surge of energy that entered his body. After that, the two surges of energy traveled through the 99 saint veins in his body before they merged together. I remember when the two surges of energy traveled through the 98 saint veins in my body. They did not show any signs of merging until they had traveled through the 99 saint veins. It is precisely because they fused together that the black stone and the dark green jade slip fused together to form this incomplete piece of metal. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. In other words, this was the broken metal piece. The broken metal piece was formed when the black stone and the dark green jade token merged together through the 99 saint veins in his body. Saint veins were known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Now that I've deciphered the secrets of the dark green jade token and the black stone, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even though we've deciphered the secrets of the jade strip and the stone, we still have to deal with the secrets of the incomplete metal piece. I don't know where this incomplete piece of metal came from, but one thing is for sure. The thing that left this incomplete piece of metal is definitely not ordinary. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. In any case, I've gained quite a lot this time with this broken metal piece, even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. I won't have to wait helplessly for my death. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Chapter 2562. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial attacked first, even if Duan Lingtian could kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to block the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial soul attack. This was because one could not use one's own energy to block a soul attack. To a certain extent, the latter could only be considered as a material attack. It was completely different from a soul attack. There would never be any intersection between the two. But now, Duan Lingtian possessed that mysterious and unfathomable defective metal piece, and it was different. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique tried to attack him, he could still take out the defective metal piece at lightning speed and block the soul attack. He would let the defective metal piece absorb the soul attack. In that case, his opponent's soul attack would not even be able to touch him. Third uncle. Thank you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly regained his senses. He looked up at the sky and expressed his gratitude to Xiajia, the powerhouse from the divine offering land. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon that Xiajia had left for him. Although it no longer had the might of a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although Xiajia did not give him the defective metal piece directly, it was indirectly given to him by Xiajia. If it was not for the dark green jade token, he would not have been able to find the black stone, let alone merge the two to form the defective metal piece. I wonder how they're doing now. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. When Duan Ling Tian gradually regained his senses, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered he was near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. He flew up and headed to Fresh Breeze Town as soon as possible. When he saw that the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town was thriving and that the old friends of the Lee family were doing well, the smile on his face became even more radiant. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town, he went to Aurora City, Swallow Mountain County's County City, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. Seeing that his old friends were doing well, he didn't want to disturb their peaceful lives and left quietly. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Ling Tian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Seven Star Sword Sect. The Seven Star Sword Sect was the first sect he'd entered in this lifetime, and he had extremely deep feelings for it. This sect had even been exterminated in the past. But under his hard work, the Seven Star Sword Sect was finally rebuilt, and it developed very well to become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would have thought? The inconspicuous, purple-clad young man who had entered the Seven Star Sword Sect a few decades ago had become invincible in the entire Saint Province realm after a few decades. Looking back, several decades have already passed. Several decades. The times have changed. The world has changed. As he stood in the sky above the Seven Star Sword Sect, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion before silently leaving. After leaving the Seven Star Sword Sect, Duan Ling Tian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After visiting a few old friends, he finally left the 10 Great Dynasties District and Cloud Continent and returned to the WCI Subterranean. Rip. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian tore a hole in the void and disappeared from the WCI Subterranean in just a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. After arriving in the upper province, the first thing he did was to go to Sin City in the central province to meet his old friends. Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Human Devil Clan's Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had acknowledged him as his master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. When Huang Qiling saw Duan Ling Tian again, although he knew Duan Ling Tian would not dislike him just because of his current strength and status, he could not help but feel a little restrained. This was a subconscious feeling. After all, Duan Ling Tian was no longer the same person he used to be. Currently, no one would refute Duan Ling Tian's claim that he was the strongest person in the Saint Province realm. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Then he looked at Huang Qiling and asked, "How are you? Have you been well all these years?" Good. Huang Qiling was moved when he saw Duan Ling Tian still cared about him. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he looked at Yuan Haochen, who was standing next to Huang Qiling, and greeted him with a faint smile on his face. Palace Master Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Master, you can just call me Little Chen. I don't dare to be called Palace Lord in front of you. I don't dare to be called that. Yuan Haochen was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him Yuan Haochen. Where's Huang Wenjing? She didn't come? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as he looked behind Yuan Haochen and Huang Qiling, Sister Wenjing. She's in closed-door cultivation recently, Huang Qiling said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he could not tell Duan Ling Tian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she did not want to see Duan Ling Tian with his wife. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Qiling, and Yuan Haochen caught up with each other for a while before he left Sin City. He gave each of them a keepsake so they could ask for help from the Phoenix clan. Then he left Sin City and prepared to leave the Saint Province realm. The last time he went to the Phoenix clan, he gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. The entire Phoenix clan also regarded him as a benefactor who had given them a new lease on life. Moreover, they gave him many feathers that were very precious to the members of the Phoenix clan as tokens. The Phoenix clan promised, in the future, if anyone brings a feather to the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix clan will treat them like Duan Ling Tian and will help them without any hesitation. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had given Huang Qi Ling and Yuan Hao Qin 2 feathers that were extremely precious to the members of the Phoenix clan, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he left the Saint Province realm and came to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone again. Duan Ling Tian found someone from Yan Huang realm and asked him to show him the way back to Yan Huang realm. Brother Xian Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and returned to the Yellow Dharch mansion, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian took out the violet gold order token that Xian Yuanji had given him and asked it to show him the way to the Yellow Dharch mansion. The Yellow Dharch mansion was a very low-key force in Yan Huang realm. Most people would not know where the Yellow Dharch mansion was even if they had heard of it. I've become a celebrity in Yan Huang realm. On his way to the Yellow Dharch mansion, Duan Ling Tian heard many rumors about him. These rumors revolved around how he had killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people thought the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion had died unjustly. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, he could have killed Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. He knew the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe him. Therefore, he had waited patiently for the old ancestor to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have killed the old ancestor before the old ancestor could react. Even if the old ancestor knew he was only an eminent celestial, it would be impossible for the old ancestor to use a soul attack on him. How much longer do I have to travel? A month later, Duan Ling Tian was still on his way. Since he did not know where the Yellow Dharch mansion was, Duan Ling Tian could not use the interstellar transporting formations between galaxies. He could only use the token given to him by the Yellow Dharch mansion to travel through space. Even after traveling at full speed for a month, he still had not arrived at the Yellow Dharch mansion. With his current speed, he could travel from the remote Milky Way to the Kost galaxy in a month's time. After traveling for another 2 months, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the Yellow Dharch mansion. Although the Yellow Dharch mansion was a reclusive force, as one of the top forces in Yan Huang realm, it still controlled a relatively large galaxy. Under the guidance of the violet gold token, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Yellow Dharch mansion's home planet in the galaxy ruled by the Yellow Dharch mansion. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Yellow Dharch mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Yellow Dharch mansion blocked his path. Who are you? Why have you come to the Yellow Dharch mansion's estate? The leader of the patrol asked as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. What's the matter? I'm Duan Ling Tian. I'm here to look for old brother Xian Yuanji. May I know if old brother Xian Yuanji has returned from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Ling Tian asked politely. After all, he was here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the patrolling disciples from the Yellow Dharch mansion widened their eyes in unison. It was apparent they were shocked as well. The leader of the patrolling disciples was the first to react. He studied Duan Ling Tian from head to toe. Purple, young, and handsome. These were the characteristics of the legendary Duan Ling Tian. Is that a violet gold token? Soon after, the leader of the patrolling disciples saw the token in Duan Ling Tian's hand and confirmed Duan Ling Tian's identity. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. He bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2563. Lord Duan Ling Tian. our old ancestor, said that if you came, we should immediately invite you in to see him. The captain of the Yellow Larch Mansion's patrol team stood in front of Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, he quickly made an inviting gesture to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the patrol leader into the inner mansion of the Xianyuan mansion. Brother Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the inner mansion of the Yellow Larch Mansion, he heard a familiar voice in front of him. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw an old figure flying toward him. It was none other than Xianyuan Ji, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of Yellow Larch Mansion, whom he had met once in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Xianyuan flew over from afar. Beside him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was tall and had a jade-like face. Between his brows he exuded a dignified aura, and his body seemed to constantly emit waves of dignified aura. The mansion master of Xianyuan Mansion? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. He should be the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion. Duan Lingtian had heard about the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion from Zhang Yi. However, he only knew the mansion master was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. In terms of strength, the mansion master was second only to the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yellow Larch Mansion. Brother, Duan Lingtian greeted Xianyuan with a smile when he saw Xianyuan appearing before him in just a blink of an eye. It was not difficult for him to realize that. At this moment, the way Xianyuan looked at him was completely different from the way he looked at him in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Furthermore, Xianyuan had changed the way he addressed him from little brother Lingtian to brother Lingtian. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was no longer the same person he was in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Most importantly, all the forces in Yanhuang realm were aware of what Duan Lingtian had done in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now famous in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, under such circumstances, Xianyuan's attitude towards him had changed. In his opinion, it was a very normal thing. Greetings, old ancestor and mansion master. At this moment, the leader of the Yellow Larch Mansion's patrol squad, who led the way for Duan Lingtian, finally regained his senses. He hastily bowed respectfully at Xianyuan and the dignified middle-aged man who had just arrived. The way the patrol captain addressed Xianyuan and Xianyuan made Duan Lingtian realize he was right. The middle-aged man was indeed the mansion. You may take your leave. Xianyuan nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man standing next to Xianyuan the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion, immediately said to the leader of the patrol team, "The old ancestor and I will entertain Lord Lingtian here." Even the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord Duan Lingtian. Based on this, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion. In fact, he was even stronger than most 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian would be able to easily defeat Duan Lingtian, unless a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique attacked Duan Lingtian by surprise and killed Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duan Lingtian, since Duan Lingtian had mastered a peculiar technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Yes, the Yellow Larch Mansion's patrol captain left respectfully. Before he turned around, he glanced at Duan Lingtian's back. The respect in his eyes deepened. After all, even the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord. "Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. I'm mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion, Xianyuan Zheng." After the Yellow Dharch Mansion's patrol captain left, he bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. He did not regard Duan Lingtian as an eminent celestial at all. He regarded Duan Lingtian as a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was not affected by the fact that the person who bowed to him was the mansion master of Yellow Dharch Mansion. After all, with his current strength, he was qualified to receive such treatment. Brother Lingtian, let's talk in the main hall. Xianyuan Ji called out to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then Mansion Master Xianyuan Zheng personally led Duan Lingtian and Xianyuan Ji to the main hall in the inner mansion of Yellow Dharch Mansion. After entering the main hall, Xianyuan Zheng and Xianyuan Ji led Duan Lingtian to the main seat. If news of Duan Lingtian killing a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion had not spread, he would not have received such treatment even if Xianyuan Ji thought highly of him. After all, when they were in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, although Xianyuan Ji thought Duan Lingtian was strong, he did not think Duan Lingtian was as strong as a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Xianyuan Ji knew his own strength. If he really fought with Duan Lingtian, the one who died in the end would definitely be him. Although he was confident he was stronger than the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, he knew he was not much stronger. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was able to kill the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's position in Xianyuan Ji's heart was much higher than before. Brother Lingtian, my elder brother, is in closed-door cultivation recently, so he couldn't come with me to welcome you. I hope you won't blame him for this, Brother Lingtian. Xianyuan Ji said apologetically as soon as he sat next to Duan Lingtian. His elder brother was Xianyuan Rui, the old ancestor of Xianyuan Mansion. He was also a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I really didn't expect Brother Lingtian to have done such a shocking thing in Yanhuang Realm while I was still in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. It has been a long time since a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial has died in Yanhuang Realm. After apologizing, Xianyuan Ji couldn't help but sigh. When he had first returned to Yanhuang Realm, he had heard about Duan Lingtian's feats and was shocked. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. Xianyuan Ji shook his head. The reason no nine-tribulation bodiless celestials have died in Yanhuang Realm for a long time is not because there are few disputes between nine-tribulation bodiless celestials, but because none of them can do anything to each other. Take that nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, for example. If I were to fight him, I would only be able to defeat him after 100 moves. Brother Lingtian, the fact that you're able to kill him means you're standing at the peak of the mundane realm. A hint of respect could be seen in Xianyuan Ji's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to earn the respect of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. There's always someone better than you. Stand at the peak of the mundane realm? I don't dare to say that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who knew if there were celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms in the mundane realm? After all, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel back to the mundane realm from the Devata realms. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to chat with Xianyuan Ji for a while. During this time, not only did Xianyuan Zheng, the mansion master of Yellow Dharch Mansion, not interrupt, but he even stood quietly at the side and poured tea for Duan Lingtian and Xianyuan Ji. Brother, is Suli here? After chatting with Xianyuan Ji for a while, Duan Lingtian remembered Suli, who had left with Xianyuan Ji. At that time, Suli had already become the interim elder of Yellow Dharch Mansion. In other words, he had come to the Yellow Dharch Mansion for Suli. He wanted to see his good friend again before he ascended. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xian Yuanji's expression changed drastically. Even Xian Yuanzheng, the mansion master of Yellow Larch Mansion, who was standing at the side, dropped the teapot in his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Su Li?" Duan Lingtian was not stupid. When he saw Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzheng's reaction, he realized something was amiss. His expression changed immediately. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian rose to his feet and stared at Xian Yuanji gloomily. "Brother, what happened to Su Li?" "Brother Lingtian, I didn't take good care of Elder Su Li." Xian Yuanji smiled wryly with a guilty expression on his face. "What happened?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed coldly as he raised his voice. "Lord Duan Lingtian, you can't blame the old ancestor for this. It's all because the two fellows from the Gongsun family coveted your technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as soon as Elder Su Li returned to the Yellow Larch Mansion, they came to our mansion and injured the old ancestor before taking Elder Su Li away. They wanted to use Elder Su Li to threaten you and force you to hand over the technique." At this moment, Xian Yuanzheng explained, since the other old ancestor of the Yellow Larch Mansion is at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation, we didn't disturb him. Moreover, this closed-door cultivation is closely related to the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that he's about to face. However, even if he made a move, he might not be able to stop the two old fellows from the Gongsun family. After all, one of the old fellows from the Gongsun family is so strong that he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Xian Yuanzheng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The Gongsun family. Chapter 2564. This was not the first time that Duan Lingtian had heard of the Gongsun family. Previously, when he was traveling to the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao from the Cos Galaxy, he had talked to her about the top forces in Yanhuang realm, including the Gongsun family. During that period of time, he had also learned from Tang Xiaoxiao. The Gongsun family was one of the first-tier forces in Yanhuang realm. They were as famous as the Yellow Larch Mansion. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than top forces like Mount Huagua and the Celestial Masters sect. Like the Yellow Larch Mansion, the Gongsun clan had 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials, no less than 5 8-tribulation bodiless celestials, and even more 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. More importantly, one of the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. I heard that the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by the old ancestor of your Yellow Larch Mansion, Gongsun Xianyuan? A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he asked, his lightning-like gaze landed on Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzheng, as if he wanted to get confirmation from them. Yes. Xian Yuanji nodded and continued. I don't know when it started, but the forces left behind by the ancestors split into 2. They became sworn enemies and fought endlessly. Those who were originally of the same lineage also became sworn enemies. In the end, they were divided into the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan clan. One of them was surnamed Gongsun, while the other was surnamed Xianyuan. Moreover, it's not limited to the mundane realms. Even the Devata realms are divided into the Gongsun clan and the Yellow Larch Mansion. It's said that the conflict between the Yellow Larch Mansion and the Gongsun clan is even more intense in the Devata realms. There are people who are killed every day. However, those who emerge victorious, regardless of whether they're from the Gongsun clan or the Yellow Larch Mansion, will be personally nurtured by the old ancestor. When Xian Yuanji mentioned Gongsun Xianyuan, the old ancestor of Yellow Larch Mansion, a hint of respect could be heard in his voice. To a certain extent, Gongsun Xianyuan was the faith of everyone in the Xianyuan mansion and the Gongsun family. In that case, to a certain extent, the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion was also tacitly approved by your common ancestor. Gongsun Xianyuan? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. It wasn't difficult to guess this. You could say that. Xian Yuanji nodded. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Xianyuan. To think that he would use such a method to train the younger generation. How bold! Previously, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, had told him that the Yellow Emperor of Yanhuang planet, Gongsun Xianyuan, was not only a genius sword cultivator, but he had also become an overlord after ascending to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion were the main culprits. It was highly likely that Gongsun Xianyuan was the one who had orchestrated the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion. His purpose was to train the younger generation so that he could personally train the younger generation. After all, he had limited time and energy. It was impossible for him to personally train all the younger generation. It doesn't matter if the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by Gongsun Xianyuan or not. Since they dare to covet the sovereign heart sword that I possess and even captured my friend to threaten me, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything to me. They'll have to pay the price for this. A terrible price. Duan Lingtian muttered inwardly as the coldness in his eyes rose again. It was so intense that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees in just an instant. Brother, where's the Gongsun clan? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Xian Yuanji. It seemed as though he was about to attack the Gongsun clan. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed prepared to kill his way to the Gongsun clan and rescue Su Li after finding out the location of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to pay a heavy price for their actions. Brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuanji did not seem surprised by Duan Lingtian's reaction. After a moment of silence, he said, I know you're not weak. With your ability to steal celestial supreme treasures and kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm sure you're strong. However, the Gongsun clan is not to be underestimated as well. Let's take the Gongsun clan's strongest person, for example. Not only is he a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he's also a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In other words, he's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks. Perhaps before he took Elder Su Li away from the Yellow Darch mansion, he might not have taken any precautions against you. In fact, you might have killed him with a sneak attack before he could cast a soul attack on you. However, after he took Elder Su Li away, he'll definitely be wary of you. You won't have a chance to attack him before he casts a soul attack on you. Xian Yuanji advised Duan Lingtian patiently. At the same time, he told Duan Lingtian one thing. The Gongsun clan's strongest person in Yanhuang realm had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and was capable of casting soul attacks. Thank you for your reminder, brother. However, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Xian Yuanji's patient advice. He said nonchalantly, Brother, if you have a star map that covers the galaxies where the Yellow Darch mansion and the Gongsun clan are located, please give me a copy. Brother Lingtian, are you serious? Xian Yuanji's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly. One of the old men from the Gongsun clan is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. So, what? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about whether the old man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. When Xian Yuanji saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, it seemed as though he was not afraid of the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Xian Yuanji began to suspect something. Duan Lingtian must have something to rely on. However, Xian Yuanji did not know what Duan Lingtian's trump card was. Since you've made up your mind, Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you. Xian Yuanji said. No matter what, Elder Su Li was abducted by the two old men from the Gongsun clan right under my nose. Xian Yuanji's eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was going to devour someone. Since the Gongsun clan had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, they were considered the strongest force in Yanhuang realm. The galaxy ruled by the Gongsun clan was called the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. It was much larger than any of the galaxies Duan Lingtian had been to in Yanhuang realm. It was at least twice as large as the galaxy ruled by the Yellow Arch Mansion. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy was much denser than the galaxy ruled by the Yellow Arch Mansion. Brother Ling Tian, this is the galaxy where the Gongsun clan is located, the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. At the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy, Xian Yuanji, who had just entered the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Ling Tian, explained the situation to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he looked at the galaxy before him. He had heard from Xian Yuanji that the mystic ancient galaxy did not exist in the mystic ancient galaxy. The Xian celestial system, where the Gongsun family lived, had no interstellar teleportation formation. Whether it was an outsider coming to the Xian celestial system or a member of the Gongsun family wanting to leave the Xian celestial system, they had to travel through space with their physical body to enter or leave the Xian celestial system. The reason the Gongsun clan did this was to make the mystic ancient galaxy more independent and easier to manage. Who's there? Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji stopped at the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy. They were about to enter the mystical ancient galaxy and head to the planet where the Gongsun family's base was when a voice rang in the air. It was as though thunder had struck their ears. Swoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji like a ghost. Although the figure was like a ghost, it could not hide from Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji's eyes. Even before the figure appeared, they could tell it was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. Xian Yuanji! His expression changed drastically when he saw Xian Yuanji standing next to Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious he did not expect to see a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow Arch Mansion, one of the 2 old ancestors of Yellow Arch Mansion here. He was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan and held a high position in the clan. However, he was nothing in front of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like Xian Yuanji. Who are you? Do you know me? Xian Yuanji asked in surprise as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I'm an elder from the Gongsun clan. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, senior. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said nervously. At the same time, he regretted his decision to show up. He had planned to leave the mystic ancient galaxy and head to another galaxy. Just as he was about to leave the mystical ancient galaxy, he noticed 2 people sneaking around the periphery of the galaxy. For this reason, he instinctively showed himself to show off his superiority as an elder of the Gongsun family and a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Alas, he did not expect he would end up kicking a steel plate. If he had known one of the 2 people was one of the ancestors of the Yellow Arch Mansion, he would not have come even if he was given 100 guts. You're from the Gongsun clan. Chapter 2565. Yes. Faced with Xian Yuanji's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, Senior, my name is Gongsun Yin. I'm an elder of the Gongsun family. I heard that your Gongsun family moved to another planet 300 years ago. Now take us there. Take me there, Xian Yuanji said indifferently as he looked at Gongsun Yin. Although Xian Yuanji's voice was indifferent, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Gongsun Yin's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to refuse Xian Yuanji's order. If he refused, Who knew if the old ancestor of the Yellow Larch Mansion would kill him or not? Although he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Gongsun family, if Xian Yuanji killed him, the Gongsun family would not be able to avenge him even if they wanted to. After all, even the strongest supreme elder in the Gongsun family would not be able to kill Xian Yuanji. Under Gongsun Yun's lead, Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji soon arrived at the planet where the Gongsun family's estate was located. It was a blue planet. With just a glance, one could tell the planet had a good environment. It was similar to Earth, but it was at least 10 times bigger than Earth. Senior, the Gongsun family's estate is on this planet. Gongsun Yun looked at Xian Yuanji anxiously and asked, "Can I leave now?" "Scram," Xian Yuanji said indifferently. Xian Yuanji said indifferently. Gongsun Yun also left as though he was running for his life. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji's eyes. "I'm Duan Lingtian." Xian Yuanji was about to ask Duan Lingtian what he was going to do next when Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears. "Bring Su Li out in 15 minutes. If I don't see Su Li in 15 minutes, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the Gongsun family." As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, not only did it enter Xian Yuanji's ears, but it also shocked him. Even the people on the planet ahead could hear Duan Lingtian's voice. The commotion broke out instantly. Whoosh! The entire planet was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian? Is he the Duan Lingtian who broke into the Heavenly Wave Mansion and killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Apart from that Duan Lingtian, who else would be so arrogant to the point of saying he's going to annihilate the Gongsun family? The Gongsun family is one of the strongest forces in Yanhuang realm. One of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by coming to the Gongsun clan openly? I don't think so. After all, Duan Lingtian is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He even killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere on the planet where the Gongsun family was based. When they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they could vaguely guess who he was. Duan Lingtian was most likely the person who had killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whether it was the planet where the Gongsun family was based or the other planets in the mystic ancient galaxy, there were not only people from the Gongsun family, but there were also people from second-rate and third-rate forces in Yanhuang realm, as well as some sectless cultivators. Those people were subordinates of the Gongsun family. While they occupied the cultivation resources of the mysterious ancient star system, they also had to pay a large number of saint stones to the Gongsun family every once in a while. It was similar to protection fees and rent. It's true that he killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but don't forget that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion didn't use a soul attack on him. I've heard about this as well. It's said that Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. Although he's strong and has mastered the technique to steal celestial supreme treasures, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. I can't believe he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he could have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. Many people knew that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial and that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by Duan Lingtian without knowing that Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. If I'm not mistaken, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, right? You're right. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is indeed a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is much stronger than the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Since he's also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, he should be able to take Duan Lingtian down with him if he's prepared. Moreover, as long as he strikes first, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian with his soul attack without being injured at all. If Duan Lingtian strikes first and kills the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial before the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial can use his soul attack, Duan Lingtian won't be harmed at all. That's true. Similar discussions began to spread on the planet where the Gongsun family's base was. At this moment, most people were unsure of who would win. If Duan Lingtian fought the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, who would emerge victorious? The only thing they were certain of was that whoever made the first move would be undefeatable. Even if they were undefeatable, they would still be able to take their opponent down with them. That's awkward. I still think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family will win. If Duan Lingtian sneaked into the Gongsun family's base and attacked the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, he might have a chance of winning. However, now that he's here with such fanfare, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family must be prepared. It'll be difficult for him to strike first. I agree. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. How can he be so brainless as to barge in here? Did he forget that he's just an eminent celestial? Gradually, more and more people began to doubt Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was too rash and had alerted the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. In outer space, outside the blue planet. Brother Lingtian, you're too rash, aren't you? Xian Yuanji was confused as well. He had thought of many possibilities regarding the beginning of today's matter, but he had never thought that it would be like this. Similarly, he felt Duan Lingtian was too rash. Duan Lingtian had shouted as though he was afraid the Gongsun family would not know he was here. Moreover, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family would definitely be alerted by Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. Rash? Upon hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and shrugged indifferently. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Duan Lingtian shrugged, an old voice rang from the blue planet. Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji were not the only ones who heard the voice. Everyone on the blue planet heard it as well. It's that old man, Gongsun Wentian. Xian Yuanji's eyes widened in anger. If the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to take Su Li away under his watch. It was because this person had also made a move that he failed to protect Su Li. Even if Xian Yuanji's elder brother, Xian Yuanrui, was present, he would not have been able to stop Gongsun Wentian. After all, Gongsun Wentian was much stronger than him and his elder brother. Gongsun Wentian? Upon hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Gongsun Wentian, the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Not only had Xian Yuanji mentioned this name to Duan Lingtian, but Tang Xiao had also mentioned this name before. Duan Lingtian knew Gongsun Wentian was a legend in Yanhuang realm and was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind blew as 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji. To be more precise, there were 3 figures. One of the figures was an old man in a blue robe, and the other figure was an old man in a green robe. In his hand was a young man whose face was pale, whose body was on the verge of collapse, and whose eyelids were slightly drooping. Suli, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's condition. He glared at the old man dressed in a green robe and said, "Old man, what did you do to Suli?" Duan Lingtian. The old man dressed in a green robe said in a hoarse voice. The person in the green-robed old man's hand was none other than Duan Lingtian's good friend, Suli. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he struggled to open his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Go, don't bother about me. Go, Gongsun Wintian." Xian Yuanji's expression darkened as he glared at the old man dressed in a green robe. He said coldly, "How dare you torture Elder Su Li to this extent? Do you think the Yellow Larch Mansion is a pushover? I didn't intend to torture him anyway." The old man dressed in a green robe, Gongsun Wintian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, said nonchalantly, "However, if I didn't seal the energy in his body and torture him, I'm afraid he would have committed suicide by now. This boy is very loyal. He'd rather die than be used by me to threaten his friend." Chapter 2566. "You!" Hearing Gongsun Wintian's words, Xian Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and his gaze became even colder, as if it could freeze everything. As for Duan Lingtian, who was standing beside Xian Yuanji, after hearing Gongsun Wintian's words, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. His gaze was still calmly staring at Gongsun Wintian. 3. The fastest was as if his emotions weren't affected by Gongsun Wintian's words at all. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He stared at Gongsun Wintian calmly. It was as if Gongsun Wintian was the only person left in his world. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Gongsun Wintian, who seemed to have everything under control, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he met Duan Lingtian's calm gaze. Today, before he appeared here, he was confident in his victory. He felt that he could definitely use Suli to threaten Duan Lingtian and force him to hand over the method that could seize celestial supreme treasures. However, at this moment, seeing that Duan Lingtian could still remain calm after hearing his words, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was only because Duan Lingtian was too calm, so calm that it was somewhat illogical. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Duan Lingtian was as flustered and exasperated as Xian Yuanji, and looked as if he wanted to tear him into pieces, he wouldn't feel anything. However, it just so happened that Duan Lingtian was staring at him as if nothing had happened. His calm gaze was on Gongsun Wintian. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all. He had never seen such a gaze ever since he had become a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Before he became a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, he had seen similar gazes in the eyes of those who were stronger than him. That was the gaze of the strong looking down on the weak. When facing the weak, the strong would not be any less delighted. When he faced the weak, he would also involuntarily reveal such a gaze, deliberately mystifying things. He must be deliberately mystifying things. Although Gongsun Wintian had a bad feeling about this, he felt relieved when he saw Su Li in his hand. After all, he still had Su Li in his hand. Even if Duan Lingtian attacked him at all costs, he could still use Su Li as a shield. Even if Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms, he was confident that he could kill Su Li would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian could kill him. With Duan Lingtian's presence, Gongsun Wintian's would have killed Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian would definitely hesitate to attack unless he wanted Su Li to die. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Duan Lingtian stared at Gongsun Wintian with a calm expression on his face, time continued to pass. More and more figures began to appear in the surroundings. Initially, these people were from the Gongsun family who had come to watch the show. Later on, many people from other forces under the Gongsun family and sectless cultivators arrived as well. He's Duan Lingtian? I've seen the mirror image talisman from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. This person is indeed Duan Lingtian, who killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian looks so young. Of course he's young. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? He's not kidding. Duan Lingtian is indeed not even 100 years old. It's said that he's not from Yanhuang realm, but from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. The reason he's here is because he's using the Beyond Heaven's Secret zone as a transit point. The Beyond Heaven's Secret zone? If that's the case, then he's indeed not even 100 years old. After all, apart from bodiless celestials, only people younger than 100 years old can enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. The people who came to join in the fun, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, were all looking at Duan Lingtian. They began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Duan Lingtian. Are these two the old ancestors of the Gongsun family, who are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? At the same time, many people's gazes landed on Gongsun Wentian, who was holding Su Li and the old man beside him. They're the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family. Some disciples of the Gongsun family who had never seen the old ancestors of the Gongsun family before turned to look at Gongsun Wentian and the old man. The 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family are called Gongsun Hong and Gongsun Wentian, respectively. Which one of them is the strongest person in Yanhuang realm? Gongsun Wentian. It wasn't just those who weren't from the Gongsun family who were curious about this matter. Even the disciples of the Gongsun family, who couldn't tell which of the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family was the most powerful being in Yanhuang realm, were curious as well. That's old ancestor Wentian from the Gongsun family. At this time, many of the Gongsun family's disciples who had seen Gongsun Wentian before and recognized him whispered to those who couldn't recognize Gongsun Wentian. Those who did not recognize Gongsun Wentian immediately knew which of the 2 old men was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Gongsun Wentian. He was the old man who was holding a young man with drooping eyelids and a pale face. The young man's body was swaying unsteadily. Who's that young man in Senior Wentian's hand? Don't tell me it's Su Li whom Duan Lingtian demanded the Gongsun clan to hand over. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he's asking the Gongsun family to hand over someone called Su Li. If he doesn't see Su Li in 15 minutes, he'll annihilate the Gongsun family. That's exactly what he said. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, many people could guess that the young man in Gongsun Wentian's hand was Duan Lingtian's target. Who knows what's going on? Who's this Su Li? Why is Duan Lingtian looking for him? Based on the situation, I don't think Su Li is from the Gongsun family. Otherwise, the Gongsun family wouldn't have tortured him to this extent. More and more people were confused. They did not know why the Gongsun family's ancestor, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was holding a young man in his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he was using the young man to threaten Duan Lingtian. These confused people weren't just from the Gongsun family. Even the members of the Gongsun family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? That's right. What's going on? Who's this Su Li? Can someone tell me what's going on? The Gongsun family's disciples looked around in confusion, hoping to learn the truth from the other Gongsun family's disciples who knew what was going on. Soon, some of the members of the Gongsun family who were in the know spoke up, and the bewildered crowd finally understood what was going on. As it turns out, the Gongsun family is interested in Duan Lingtian's technique that allows him to plunder celestial supreme treasures. That's why they captured Duan Lingtian's friend, Su Li, and used him to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I thought Duan Lingtian thought he was strong and wanted to challenge the Gongsun family to make a name for himself. I didn't expect he's only here to save his friend. It's inappropriate for the Gongsun family to do this, isn't it? Many people who were not from the Gongsun family could not help but whisper among themselves after learning the truth. However, they only dared to whisper to each other in a low voice, afraid that they would incur the displeasure of the Gongsun family if they spoke too loudly. Some of the more righteous disciples of the Gongsun family fell silent after learning the truth. Although they did not agree with the actions of the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, they knew their words carried little weight. Even if they voiced their objections, it would not change anything. Naturally, the disciples of the Gongsun family were more excited as they stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. After all, if the Gongsun family obtained Duan Lingtian's technique, they would have a chance to cultivate it in the future. When they thought about how they could easily plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures, they could not help but feel excited. The human heart was greedy to begin with. Otherwise, the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family would not have captured Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique that allowed him to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian, under the watchful eyes of the others, Gongsun Wentian, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian for about 15 minutes, broke the silence between him and Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've learned about my objective from Xian Yuanji today, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll teach the Gongsun family the technique that allows you to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures and promise not to oppose the Gongsun family for the rest of your life. I won't kill you. In fact, I can even spare Su Li's life. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you before killing Su Li." Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian murderously. "You should know that I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. I can kill you with a soul attack with just a thought. From the moment I appeared until now, I had many chances to kill you. I'm sure you know that as well." Gongsun Wentian continued to say, "Naturally, you can also attack me, but I can guarantee you that Su Li will die before I'm killed by you." Chapter 2567. Hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, those who weren't from the Gongsun clan couldn't help but gasp. Gongsun Wentian is so ruthless. At this moment, they only felt that Gongsun Wentian was too ruthless. With just a few words, he had completely blocked Duan Lingtian's path of retreat, leaving him with only 2 options. The first path was to follow his request and swear on the lightning penalty oath. The second option was to kill Duan Lingtian, even at the cost of his own life. The reason Gongsun Wentian did this was to obtain Duan Lingtian's divine ability or celestial method that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Ancestor. When the members of the Gongsun clan heard Gongsun Wentian threatening Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be moved. In their opinion, the reason why the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan had taken such a huge risk to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the method that could rob immortal supreme treasures was definitely for the sake of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to obtain that method at this moment. Even those disciples of the Gongsun family who felt that Gongsun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian were touched. Gongsun Wentian, you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Don't you feel ashamed threatening a young man who's not even 100 years old? When Xian Yuanji heard Gongsun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian, his face became even more gloomy. He couldn't help but say in exasperation, he had never thought that in order to obtain the technique that Duan Lingtian possessed that could seize immortal supreme treasures, Gongsun Wentian would risk his life and put his entire fortune on the line. However, no matter how exasperated Xian Yuanji was, Gongsun Wentian acted as though he did not hear Xian Yuanji's words at all. He continued to stare at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. It was as though Duan Lingtian was completely under his control. Ha 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 ha! Just as everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian unexpectedly laughed out loud. At this moment, even Xian Yuanji was stunned. Is brother Ling Tian crazy? How could he still laugh at a time like this? What are you laughing at? Gong Sun Wentian's originally calm expression instantly turned gloomy when Duan Lingtian suddenly let out bursts of laughter. The ominous premonition that he had suppressed with great difficulty rose up once again. I'm laughing at your wishful thinking. At this time, Duan Lingtian's laughter also stopped. He casually glanced at Gong Sun Wentian and said indifferently, Su Li is my friend. I know his character. If you use him to threaten me like this, the current him will definitely wish he was dead. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Li. A faint smile appeared on Su Li's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though he was trying to prove that Duan Lingtian was right. You can kill Su Li today. Duan Lingtian stared at Gong Sun Wentian with a cold glint in his eyes. However, if Su Li dies, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the entire Gong Sun clan. Annihilate the entire Gong Sun clan. A commotion broke out as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too arrogant? He still dares to say such arrogant words at a time like this. Why doesn't he think about it? With his soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial, can he withstand the soul attack of the old ancestor of the Gong Sun clan? That's right. Now that Gong Sun Wentian is prepared, even if he can kill Gong Sun Wentian, he'll still die under Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. A soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial is like a newborn baby in front of an adult. If the adult wants to do something to the baby won't be able to resist at all. Does he really think Gong Sun Wentian won't dare to touch him because he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Those who were not from the Gong Sun clan felt Duan Lingtian was boasting again. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive if Duan Lingtian and Gong Sun Wentian fought to the death. Both of them would most likely die together. Even if one of them survived, it would most likely be Gong Sun Wentian. How arrogant! He's too arrogant. Duan Lingtian dares to say he's going to annihilate the Gong Sun clan in front of the old ancestor? I think he's tired of living. Does he really think he's invincible just because his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, and he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Don't forget his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. He won't be able to withstand a single blow from the old ancestor's soul attack. Does he really intend to perish together with the old ancestor? Most of the members of the Gong Sun clan present on the scene thought Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Only a few of them who were calmer looked at Duan Lingtian, who was emitting a cold aura and killing intent. Do you really think I won't dare to touch him? At this moment, Gong Sun Wentian, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, finally regained his senses. He tightened his grip on Su Li's hand, causing Su Li's face to turn even paler. It seemed as though he would suffocate at any moment. You can touch him, but I'll fulfill my promise. Once Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gong Sun clan, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His tone turned colder when he spoke, making it difficult for people to doubt his words. So, you really don't intend to hand over the technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Gong Sun Wentian's tone turned slightly impatient at this moment. When he brought Su Li along earlier, he felt that he could control everything in his hands, and even Duan Lingtian would be toyed with in the palm of his hand. However, when he revealed himself, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was not only toyed with by Duan Lingtian was not toyed with by him. Instead, Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative, causing Gong Sun Wentian to feel extremely passive. Don't you understand human language? Duan Lingtian said with a sneer. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll kill Su Li now. Gong Sun Wentian's eyes flashed coldly as he made a move to kill Su Li. Of course, he didn't really want to kill Su Li, but only wanted to scare Duan Ling Tian and see if Duan Ling Tian was deliberately deceiving him. Whoosh! However, when Gong Sun Wentian's palm landed on Su Li's forehead and was about to kill Su Li, he suddenly stopped. You really don't care about Su Li's life? Gong Sun Wentian's eyes were filled with disbelief when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be serious and not bluffing. Based on his investigation, Su Li was Duan Ling Tian's best friend. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to ignore Su Li's life. This Duan Ling Tian is actually not deliberately mystifying things. Earlier, the old ancestor almost killed his friend. How could he not do anything about it? It seems like Duan Ling Tian is really going to abandon his friend. However, does he really think he's capable of wiping out the Gong Sun clan to avenge his friend? The people present on the scene, whether they were from the Gong Sun family or the others, initially thought Duan Ling Tian was just putting on a show. In fact, he still cared about his friend's life and death. It was only when Gong Sun Tian's probing failed that they realized Duan Ling Tian was not putting on a show. I know you won't kill him for real. Faced with Gong Sun Wentian's incredulous question, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "You're a cautious person. You won't dare to kill Su Li before you're certain you have the ability to kill me. This is because you're worried that after you kill Su Li, you won't be able to kill me. If that happens, the Gong Sun clan will be wiped out." Duan Ling Tian's wise eyes landed on Gong Sun Wentian as though he could see through Gong Sun Wentian's heart. "You know me quite well." Gong Sun Wentian's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He felt as though everything he had done was going according to Duan Ling Tian's plan. This made him extremely displeased. His eyes gleamed coldly. "Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Gong Sun Wentian realized that Duan Ling Tian was determined not to compromise. Therefore, he no longer held back. With a thought, two beams of light shot out from his eyes. They intertwined and shot toward Duan Ling Tian like two dragons playing with a pearl. This was Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Whoosh! Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Ling Tian. As long as it entered Duan Ling Tian's body, it would immediately attack Duan Ling Tian's soul and destroy Duan Ling Tian's soul. However, in between the flashes of lightning, whoosh, another voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and threw a defective metal piece at Gong Sun Wentian with a profound hidden weapon technique. It was as though he had predicted Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack would be coming at him. Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack was blocked by the defective metal piece. Humph! Seeing this, Gong Sun Wentian could not help but sneer. How can my soul attack be blocked by a mere material attack? You actually want to use material attacks to block Martial Uncle's soul attack. What a joke! Gong Sun Hong, the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gong Sun family, could not help but laugh disdainfully. Chapter 2568. A material attack and a soul attack were 2 completely different types of attacks. A material attack would leave a mark on a person's body or an object. Moreover, the object could be used to defend against the attack. However, a soul attack was different. A soul attack would not leave a mark on a person's body. Even if it killed a person, it would only destroy the person's soul. There would not be any fatal wounds on the surface. Apart from that, a soul attack could ignore most objects. The only exception was if the object was protected by a formation or restriction that countered a soul attack. However, such a formation or restriction would not appear in mundane realms. Only Devata realms would have such a formation or restriction. For this reason, Duan Lingtian merely raised his hand and shot out a defective metal piece to block Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack. In Gongsun Wen-Tian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was completely unnecessary. This was because he felt his soul attack could easily penetrate the defective metal piece that contained a material attack. Not only would it be able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, but it would also be able to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. Gongsun Wen-Tian and Gongsun Hong, who were standing next to him, felt the same way. In fact, apart from the two 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family, even Xian Yuanji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Larch Mansion who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. That's a soul attack. Brother Lingtian's action is destined to be futile. At this moment, even Xian Yuanji thought to himself, Duan Lingtian is doomed. There's no doubt Duan Lingtian will die. The old ancestor is using a soul attack. Duan Lingtian is seeking death. The old ancestor is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His soul attack is comparable to the soul attack of a peak heavenly celestial in a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. There's no way he can withstand the old ancestor's soul attack. There's a path to heaven, but he refuses to take it, and there's no door to hell. Duan Lingtian is seeking death. The few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family couldn't see the situation clearly, but they could vaguely guess what was going on. They sneered, not believing that Duan Lingtian could survive. This Duan Lingtian actually blocked Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack. Not only will his efforts be in vain, he will also lose the opportunity to perish together with Gongsun Wen-Tian. I really don't know what he's thinking. Could it be that he really thinks his material attack can withstand Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack? There were 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the sectless cultivators present on the scene. They couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Instead of taking the opportunity to perish together with Gongsun Wen-Tian, he had used a material attack to defend against Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack. In their opinion, it was destined that material attacks and soul attacks would never come into contact with each other since they were on 2 completely different levels. However, just when the group of 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials thought Duan Lingtian's efforts were in vain, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the eyes of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out finally collided with Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl. They thought the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out would not even come into contact with Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack. This was because the latter, to a certain extent, only existed in an illusory form and did not truly exist. However, when the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out collided with Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack, they could not help but widen their eyes in shock and disbelief. This was because they saw Gongsun Wen-Tian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl vanish without a trace when it collided with the defective metal piece. It seemed as though it had been devoured by the defective metal piece. Swoosh! Before the group of people could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian waved his hand casually. The defective metal piece that was flying toward Gongsun Wen-Tian made a turn in the air and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. The soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is this all there is to it? At the same time, Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he played with the defective metal piece in his hand. He glanced at Gongsun Wen-Tian coldly. Gasp! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. All of them gasped as they looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of fear and dread in their eyes. This was especially true for Gongsun Wen-Tian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. He had not held back when he had cast his soul attack earlier. It had even damaged his soul to a certain extent. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for his soul to recover to its peak. However, Duan Lingtian was still able to block the soul attack that he had cast in such a manner. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had easily blocked his soul attack. "What's that metal piece in his hand?" Gong Sun Wentian asked as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was only able to block his soul attack due to the uniqueness of the defective metal piece. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could not help but look at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand. At first glance, the defective metal piece seemed ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that there were faint traces of light surrounding it. There were strands of faint, profound light lingering around the damaged piece of metal. When they subconsciously extended their consciousness and touched the profound light, they felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss and were unable to extricate themselves. There was simply no way to pry into the details of this defective metal piece. No wonder it was able to block Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Brother Ling Tian's defective metal piece is extraordinary. Xian Yuan Ji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Larch Mansion, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, sighed inwardly as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand. No wonder Brother Lingtian was so calm from the beginning until the end. It seems like Brother Lingtian already knew what was going on. Xian Yuan Ji could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. If this Brother Lingtian of his could remind him of all this earlier, he wouldn't have to stand at the side in fear. "What's that metal piece in your hand?" Gong Sun Wentian's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. At the same time, he realized the ominous feeling he had earlier was right. Duan Lingtian was not deliberately mystifying himself. Duan Lingtian was truly not afraid of Gong Sun Wentian's soul attack. Gong Sun Wentian could see this as well. As long as Duan Lingtian still had that thing in his hand, no matter how many soul attacks he launched, he would not be able to hurt Duan Lingtian at all. Gong Sun Wentian could not help but feel regretful. He should not have coveted Duan Lingtian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such a passive situation. What's going on? The old ancestor used a soul attack? But how could this Duan Lingtian be fine? Can someone tell me what's going on? Those from the Gongsun clan and those who weren't from the Gongsun clan weren't able to see what had just happened due to their weaker cultivation, so they had no idea what was going on. However, they could vaguely see something. Duan Lingtian had gained the upper hand. When Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a ferocious beast. It's not just Gongsun Wentian. Even the other 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from the Gongsun clan, seems to be afraid of Duan Lingtian as well. Soon after, someone else noticed this as well. An uproar broke out among the crowd. What's going on? Just as the group of people were feeling extremely puzzled by the situation before them, Duan Lingtian, Gongsun Wentian, a 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from the Gongsun clan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, looked at Su Li in his hand as though he was grasping at straws. He threatened Duan Lingtian. "Swear on the lightning penalty, oath that you'll never make an enemy of the Gongsun clan. Otherwise, I'll kill Su Li right now." Gongsun Wentian glared at Duan Lingtian with bloodshot eyes. He looked like a trapped beast who was desperately trying to break free. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Gongsun Wentian's threat. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Those who did not know better would think he did not care about Su Li's life at all. "You can kill Su Li under the watchful eyes of the others," Duan Ling Tian said calmly. However, if Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gongsun clan and kill everyone in the Gongsun clan to accompany him in death. Su Li, you won't blame me, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Su Li, who was still in Gongsun Wintian's hand. Cough, cough. Su Li coughed. Su Li coughed twice. After he caught his breath, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. I don't even have the time to thank you. Why would I blame you? With a top-tier force like the Gongsun clan and Yanhuang realm dying with me, Su Li, have no regrets. I'm relieved to hear that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Swoosh. However, as soon as Su Li finished speaking, Gongsun Wintian's expression changed drastically. End of this chapter. Chapter 2569. When Gongsun Wintian discovered Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of his soul attack, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would seek revenge on him for holding Su Li hostage. At this time, he could only use Su Li as a shield. However, based on the current situation, it was clear he was naive. Duan Ling Tian had threatened him with the lives of the Gongsun family and threatened to annihilate the Gongsun family if he dared to kill Su Li. If he had known Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of his soul attack, he would have thought Duan Ling Tian was boasting. However, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was not lying. Duan Ling Tian was definitely capable of doing so. Duan Ling Tian, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Shenyuan, is a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He has many powerhouses under his command. If you dare to annihilate the Gongsun family, he won't spare you. Gongsun Wintian glared at Duan Ling Tian, intending to use Gongsun Shenyuan, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, to threaten Duan Ling Tian. He knew there was no way he could threaten Duan Ling Tian with Su Li. After all, Duan Ling Tian had tied the lives of the Gongsun family to Su Li. For this reason, he had no choice but to look for another way. Gongsun Shenyuan. Duan Ling Tian laughed disdainfully when he heard Gongsun Wintian's words. He said disdainfully, as far as I know, although senior Gongsun Shenyuan came from Yanhuang realm, after he went to the Devata realm, he spread his legacy in many mundane realms. This was what the pagoda's spirit of the seven treasures, exquisite pagoda, Hualao, had told him, let alone the fact that senior Gongsun Xuanyuan's legacy in Yanhuang realm. Even if the Gongsun clan is the only legacy in Yanhuang realm, he might not care about the fate of the Gongsun clan. So what if he really cares? To have your Gongsun clan die with me. I think it's worth it. Besides, I may not necessarily die with the Gongsun family. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he did not seem to mind Gongsun Wintian's threat at all. Whoosh! Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had ignored his threat again, Gongsun Wintian's expression changed again. At this moment, the faces of those from the Gongsun clan also darkened. At this moment, even the weaker members of the Gongsun family, who did not know what was going on, realized Gongsun Wintian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, could not do anything to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, why would he use Su Li and the ancestor of the Gongsun clan to threaten Duan Ling Tian? Only the weak would need to rely on something to threaten the strong. When the strong dealt with the weak, they could rely on their own strength to directly crush them. Why is Gongsun Wintian acting like this in front of Duan Ling Tian? It seems like Duan Ling Tian isn't afraid of his soul attack at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. If Duan Ling Tian isn't afraid of his soul attack, he wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Ling Tian. Based on Duan Ling Tian's reaction, it's obvious Duan Ling Tian was unaffected by Gongsun Wintian's threat. It doesn't matter if Gongsun Wintian threatened Duan Ling Tian with his friends or Gongsun Shenyuan. At this moment, those who were not from the Gongsun clan also realized something. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel shocked. No matter what, Gongsun Wintian was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. However, he was acting like this in front of an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed this was real. Earlier, you said that if Su Li dies, you'll annihilate the Gongsun clan and kill everyone in the Gongsun clan to accompany him. Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Does this mean that if I let him go, you'll let the Gongsun clan go?" When he said this, Gongsun Wentian only felt his heart suffocating. However, he had no choice but to say it. "You can interpret it that way," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He did not seem surprised at all when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. "Including me?" Gongsun Wentian asked tentatively. Although he did not think it was possible, he could not help but ask. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian would let him go if he let Su Li go. "You?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. Then he laughed. "Gongsun Wentian, you've lived for 10,000 years. Do you think I'll let you go today? If you were me, would you let you go?" Gongsun Wentian's expression turned ashen when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had already guessed that this would be the outcome, he still found it hard to accept when he actually faced it with his own eyes. He was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial now. In another 100 years or so, he would have to face the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He was 100% confident he would be able to pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascend to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. However, he had lost his chance to ascend to the Devata realm. After cultivating and living for 10,000 years, he cherished his life more than anyone else. He did not expect such a calamity would befall him before he could ascend to the Devata realm. He hated himself. However, he could only hate himself if he did not covet Duan Lingtian's technique that could steal celestial supreme treasures. None of this would have happened. "Are you and him going to do it yourselves? Or do you want me to do it for you?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong, the other 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, who was standing next to Gongsun Wentian, and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Apart from Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong, the other members of the Gongsun family were shocked as well. Previously, they thought Duan Lingtian only wanted Gongsun Wentian's life and would not pursue the matter any further. At the same time, he would also let the other members of the Gongsun family go. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would not only want Gongsun Wentian's life, but he also wanted Gongsun Hong's life. After all, the Gongsun family only had 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. If both of them died, even if the Gongsun family was not reduced to a 2nd-tier force in Yanhuang realm, they would fall from a 1st-tier force to a 2nd-tier force in Yanhuang realm, just like the Tang sect. "Duan Lingtian, I'm the one who caused this. My junior nephew, Gongsun Hong, has nothing to do with this." Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian agitatedly, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would implicate Gongsun Hong. "But I heard that there were 2 people who went to the Yellow Larch mansion to kidnap Su Li." Duan Lingtian looked at Gongsun Wentian meaningfully. Gongsun Wentian was about to say something when Duan Lingtian said coldly, "I'll give both of you 3 breaths. If both of you are still alive after 3 breaths, I'll give both of you a chance. If you're still alive, I'll annihilate the Gongsun family." Duan Lingtian said he would annihilate the Gongsun family. However, Duan Lingtian's words were different from when he first arrived. Previously, not many people believed he was capable of such a feat now. Not many people believed he was capable of such a feat. Swoosh, swoosh. Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong's expressions changed again. In the end, Gongsun Wentian was the first to react. After untying Su Li, his body trembled violently. Whoosh! A violent energy surged out of his body and devoured him. After a few moments, Gongsun Wentian's aura disappeared completely. From the beginning until the end, Gongsun Wentian did not ask Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he would not harm anyone else in the Gongsun family after he and Gongsun Hong's deaths. He knew he was not qualified to ask Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had no other choice. Ancestor. As Gongsun Wentian killed himself on the spot, the members of the Gongsun family could not help but cry out in grief. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Gongsun Hong's body moved as though he was trying to flee. Humph. However, as soon as Gongsun Hong made his move, Duan Lingtian let out a cold snort. The cold snort entered everyone's ears. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, everyone could clearly sense that Gongsun Hong was trying to flee. As soon as Gongsun Hong shouted and tried to flee, the powerful aura that rose from his body was completely destroyed by the sound of swords whistling in the air. It was as though he had never appeared. At this moment, everyone realized something. Gongsun Hong was dead. The Gongsun clan, a first-rate force in Yanhuang realm, had lost 2 nine-tribulation bodiless celestials they relied on. If the Gongsun family was described as a tiger in the past, then the current Gongsun family was a toothless tiger. Let's go! After killing Gongsun Hong, Duan Lingtian flew to Su Li's side. Su Li's body was weak, but he had barely recovered some of his strength. Duan Lingtian brought Su Li to Xian Yuanji's side. After bidding farewell to Xian Yuanji, they prepared to leave. Ah, good. Xian Yuanji was still in shock from the death of the 2 nine-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family. He only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him. When he regained his senses, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This was a respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 2570. Although Xian Yuanji had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, he did not witness it with his own eyes. Although he had seen the mirror image talisman, it was not as shocking as witnessing it in person. Earlier, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Gongsun Wentian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, and the other 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from the Gongsun family, Gongsun Hong. Xian Yuanji was also greatly shocked by what he saw. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse who was superior to 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Prior to this, he had thought Duan Lingtian had a weak soul and would be at a disadvantage if he encountered a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. However, he now knew that even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique would not be able to harm Duan Lingtian at all. In fact, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not even be able to get close to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're not afraid of Gongsun Wentian's soul attack? Do you know how worried I was at first? I was worried you wouldn't be able to withstand Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Xian Yuanji smiled wryly as he spoke to Duan Lingtian after leaving the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Old brother Ji, don't you trust me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I find it hard to imagine an eminent celestial like you would not be afraid of the soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Is the broken metal piece you used to block Gongsun Wentian's soul attack a soul defense celestial supreme treasure? Xian Yuanji could not help but ask curiously. A soul defense celestial supreme treasure? What kind of celestial supreme treasure is that? Duan Lingtian was confused. You don't know? Does that mean the broken metal piece in your hand is not a soul-defending, immortal, supreme treasure? Seeing the blank expression on Duan Lingtian's face, Xian Yuanji was also stunned. I obtained this by chance, but it shouldn't be an immortal, supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian took out the incomplete metal piece that was surrounded by a mysterious light and gave it a few glances. In the end, he did not sense any aura of an immortal, supreme treasure from it. It did not seem like an immortal, supreme treasure at all. Even though it's not an immortal, supreme treasure, it can still block the soul attack of a 9 tribulation loose celestial. This thing is not simple. Xian Yuanji could not help but sigh. At the same time, Xian Yuanji seemed to have recalled something as he said, "However, I really didn't expect Gongsun Wentian would be so cooperative and choose to commit suicide. He didn't even test your strength to see if you're as strong as the rumors say. He's a smart man," Duan Lingtian said. "Moreover, the scene of me killing the 9 tribulation loose celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was recorded in a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman can be duplicated. For this reason, Gongsun Wentian must have seen the scene of me killing the 9 tribulation loose celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cooperative. However, compared to Gongsun Hong, who tried to escape, Gongsun Wentian is more respectable. At the very least, he's willing to die for the Gongsun clan." A hint of respect flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. It did not matter how much Gongsun Wentian had crossed the line and how much he deserved to die. Just the fact that Gongsun Wentian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, was willing to die for the Gongsun clan was enough to earn Duan Lingtian's respect. After all, not everyone was capable of such a feat, even Gongsun Hong. The old ancestor of the Gongsun clan was not capable of such a feat. I forgot about this. Even I have seen the scene of you killing the 9 tribulation, loose, celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. How could he not have seen it? Xian Yuanji nodded. Elder Suli, are you all right? At the same time, Xian Yuanji found that Suli, who was recovering by himself, just opened his eyes. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "I'm fine." Suli shook his head lightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly but did not say any words of gratitude. After all, there was no need for words between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need for words to express their feelings. Duan Lingtian brought Su Li and Xian Yuanji back to the Yellow Larch Mansion and stayed there for the time being. As time passed, news of Duan Lingtian's actions in the mystical ancient galaxy began to spread like wildfire. In fact, news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion spread faster than news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the 9 tribulation loose celestial. This was because Gongsun Wentian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan and the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was involved in this matter. Have you heard? After killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian from the same province realm is stirring up trouble in our Yanhuang realm. Moreover, he's stirring up trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy ruled by the Gongsun family. The Gongsun clan is much stronger than the Heavenly Wave Mansion. One of the 2 9 tribulation loose celestials from the Gongsun clan is the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by stirring up trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy? That's right. As far as I know, the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wentian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In terms of physical attacks, Duan Lingtian is stronger than any 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, he's no match for soul attacks. It's not just his soul attack that's lacking. Even his soul defense is unable to withstand a single blow from Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. When news of Duan Lingtian's actions began to spread, those who were unaware of what had happened thought he would be courting death if he offended Gongsun Wentian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had gone to the mystical ancient galaxy to stir up trouble. When the news kept coming in and they understood the ins and outs of the matter, they were all completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of Gongsun Wentian's soul attack at all. He's just an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old. But he easily blocked Gongsun Wentian's soul attack? What exactly was that piece of metal that he threw out at that time? Could it be a soul defense, celestial supreme treasure? Only a soul defense, celestial supreme treasure would be able to help him block Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. I didn't expect him to have a soul defense, celestial supreme treasure as well. What's even more surprising is that Duan Lingtian didn't go to the mystical ancient galaxy to stir up trouble, but the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan coveted Duan Lingtian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. That's why they provoked Duan Lingtian first. I'm afraid they didn't expect that they would lose their lives over a technique that they might not even be able to master. Wherever the news spread, there was an uproar everywhere. The strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wentian, had died just like that. Moreover, he had died in the hands of an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. What shocked them even more was that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old, was not afraid of a bodiless celestial's soul attack. Moreover, he could easily kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian. His name is destined to be recorded in the history of Yanhuang realm. Of course, he's the shining star of an era in Yanhuang realm. With his cultivation base, he killed 3 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. Moreover, one of the 9-tribulation bodiless celestials had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He was the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Similar rumors spread all over Yanhuang realm, and they were out of control. The Yellow Larch Mansion was located in a remote area, so news about it was not as spread as other forces. However, Duan Lingtian only heard about it after some time had passed. However, he wasn't surprised by this. He only felt that it was within his expectations. After all, Gongsun Wentian was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. It was only natural for Yanhuang realm to be shocked by his death. As the person who had forced Gongsun Wentian to his death, it was only natural that news about him would spread like wildfire. Today, Duan Lingtian was staying in his room. Just like usual, he was looking at the defective metal piece that was surrounded by a profound light out of boredom. However, he was unable to discover the profundity within it. All of a sudden, HM? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as though he had sensed something. At that moment, he could clearly sense a mysterious power coming from all directions, enveloping his body. It gave him a very strange feeling, as if it wanted to take him somewhere. Moreover, the mysterious energy contained an aura similar to celestial origin energy. Celestial ascension force? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Apart from that, he could not explain what was happening to him. Duan Lingtian instinctively mobilized the energy in his body to resist the energy that came from all directions. However, he discovered the energy was not only growing stronger, but it was also completely ignoring his energy. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body going numb from the energy. It felt as though he was about to lose consciousness. It seems like it's really the celestial ascension force. Am I going to ascend? When Duan Lingtian recalled the time when Tang Xiaoxiao was pulled into the celestial ascension force, he was certain this energy was the celestial ascension force. Chapter 2571. Duan Lingtian had long prepared himself for the possibility of ascension. This was especially true when Yun Qinyan had appeared and imprisoned his family and friends, forcing Ku to leave him. He could not wait to ascend to the Devata realm, because that was the only way he could hope to save Ko'er, his family and friends. Otherwise, how could he rescue them if he could not even ascend to the Devata realm? Naturally, he knew that even if he ascended to the Devata realm, it did not mean he would be able to rescue Kur and the others. However, at the very least, he would be able to break through the shackles of an eminent celestial and become a true celestial in the Devata realm. In the mundane realm, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had reached its limit when he became an eminent celestial. If he wanted to raise his cultivation base, he would have to ascend to the Devata realm. The celestial ascension force is finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Duan Lingtian was excited when he realized the force that enveloped him was the celestial ascension force that would help him ascend to the Devata realm. It seems like the celestial ascension force will help me ascend to the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he recalled the scene of Tang Xiao ascending to the Devata realm. I'll have to inform Su Li and old brother Ji before I ascend. Otherwise, they might think I've gone missing. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out 2 communication jade tokens. After leaving a message on them, he channeled his energy into them, causing them to transform into 2 streaks of light that shot out of his room. Duan Lingtian felt the celestial ascension force that enveloped him was getting denser and denser. I'm about to ascend. It was not difficult for him to realize he was about to ascend to the Devata realm. At this moment, he could feel the celestial ascension force tugging at him. The immortal ascension force that enveloped him was pulling at him, as if it wanted to take him somewhere. Duan Lingtian was stunned when the celestial ascension force tugged at him. This was because he realized that after his celestial ascension force grew stronger, it suddenly became very, very weak. At the same time, the celestial ascension force that enveloped him had also weakened. As for the celestial ascension force that was trying to bring him somewhere, it had completely disappeared. What's going on? Is this not the celestial ascension force? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been made a fool of. He even thought he had made a huge mistake. However, in the next moment, he denied his own thoughts. It's devouring the celestial ascension force. When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses, he was shocked to discover that Duan Lingtian's aura was extremely strong. The defective metal piece in his hand had suddenly emitted a devouring energy. It was like a gluttonous child that was constantly devouring the celestial ascension force that enveloped him. It was as though the celestial ascension force was a delicacy to it. The celestial ascension force continued to envelop Duan Lingtian, trying to bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm and into the Devata realm. However, before it could bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm, the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand continued to devour the celestial ascension force, preventing it from bringing Duan Lingtian away. In just a blink of an eye, a dozen breaths had passed. It's not done yet? Duan Lingtian could feel the celestial ascension force had never stopped enveloping him. However, even if the celestial ascension force did not stop, it still could not help him leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. This was because the defective metal piece in his hand would mercilessly devour the celestial ascension force whenever it was about to bring him out of the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian was thoroughly frightened by the defective metal piece's appetite. This is a bottomless pit. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. After a while, a thought appeared in his mind. He tried to put the defective metal piece into his spatial ring. However, he discovered the celestial ascension force was not working at all. It was as though the spatial ring did not exist when the defective metal piece devoured the celestial ascension force. Brother Lingtian, are you going to ascend? At this moment, Xian Yuanji, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, said anxiously, I'm sorry, Duan Lingtian, but I'm sorry. Old brother Ji. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he walked out of the room. He flew to Xian Yuanji's side with a wry smile on his face. This is the celestial ascension force. When Duan Lingtian came out of the room, Xian Yuanji's attention was attracted by the almost transparent energy that shrouded Duan Lingtian. He could sense it. This energy did not belong to the mundane realm. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial like him, did not possess such pure celestial origin energy. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. This was the celestial ascension force that would bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. I thought you'd been taken away by the celestial ascension force. I didn't expect you to still be here. As Xian Yuanji spoke, he couldn't help but frown. However, as far as I know, the celestial ascension force will bring an eminent celestial out of the mundane realm to the Devata realm in just a blink of an eye. Did you sense the arrival of the celestial ascension force in advance? Didn't it just arrive? Xian Yuanji looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then he raised his hand and took the defective metal piece out of his spatial ring. It's because this thing has been devouring the celestial ascension force. Otherwise, I would have been brought to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force. What's this thing? Xian Yuanji looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand again in shock. He had never heard of anything in the mundane realm that could devour the celestial ascension force and delay an eminent celestial from ascending to the Devata realm. If I want to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until it's full. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. Based on the current situation, that's indeed the case. Xian Yuanji nodded. He also felt that Duan Lingtian could only wait. At the same time, he could not help but feel relieved for Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, the celestial ascension force appears continuously. If only a certain amount appears and is devoured by it, how are you going to ascend? Brother Ji, now that you mention it, it's indeed worth rejoicing. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. If only a certain amount of the celestial ascension force appeared and led him to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. If the defective metal piece devoured the celestial ascension force, he would not be able to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian, are you going to ascend to the Devata realm? Su Li's voice rang from afar. Similar to Xian Yuanji, he had rushed over as soon as he received Duan Lingtian's message. However, since he was slow, he only arrived now. Yes, I'm going to ascend to the Devata realm. After Su Li arrived, Duan Lingtian looked at the defective metal piece in his hand with a bitter smile on his face. He thought he would not be able to see his good friend before he left the mundane realm and ascended to the Devata realm. He did not expect the defective metal piece in his hand would be so considerate and give him this opportunity. What's going on? At this moment, Su Li also noticed that something was amiss. When he learned about what had happened, he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, the metal piece in your hand has been devouring the celestial ascension force for about 15 minutes. The fact that it's able to do this means it's not simple. In fact, the longer it lasts now, the more complicated it is. Therefore, you don't have to worry. You can even hope that it'll last longer. Naturally, Su Li's words were meant to comfort Duan Lingtian. Although Su Li's words were meant to comfort Duan Lingtian, he did have a point. You're right, Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. As the saying went, you're in the middle of a situation, but you're unaware of it. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian was feeling earlier. However, now that Su Li had reminded him, he was no longer in a hurry. The bitter smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. Duan Lingtian, now that you've ascended to the Devata realm, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as we're fated, we'll meet again. Even if we're not fated, when one of us is strong enough to become famous in the Devata realm, the other person will naturally learn of our whereabouts. At that time, we'll be able to meet again." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Then, I'll wait for you to become famous in the Devata realm. I hope that by the time I ascend to the Devata realm, you'll have already made a name for yourself. If that's the case, we'll be able to meet again as soon as I ascend to the Devata realm." Suli smiled. "It won't take more than a few years for you to ascend to the Devata realm. It won't be easy for you to make a name for yourself in the Devata realm in just a few years." Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at Suli. "For others, it's just wishful thinking. However, that might not be the case for you, Duan Ling Tian." Suli looked at Duan Ling Tian deeply before he said, confidently, "Duan Ling Tian, in my opinion, Duan Ling Tian, you're someone who's good at creating miracles." End of chapter. Chapter 2572. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. Ever since they learned that the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, who had killed their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, was only an eminent celestial, everyone in the Heavenly Wave Mansion was frustrated and aggrieved. They felt that their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died unjustly. If their old ancestor had known that Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, he would have been able to kill Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had made a move in time, their old ancestor would have perished together with Duan Lingtian. They would not have ended up in this situation where their old ancestor had been killed while Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. This matter was like a thorn in the hearts of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. They would often feel frustrated and aggrieved whenever they thought about it. It wasn't until the news that shook the entire Yen Huang realm that the thorn in their hearts finally disappeared. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial, but he managed to block the soul attack of Gongsun Wen Tian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, and he even forced Gongsun Wen Tian to commit suicide. Isn't Gongsun Wen Tian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yen Huang realm? It's him. Heavens! Even the strongest powerhouse in Yen Huang realm, who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and is even stronger than our old ancestor, couldn't kill Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he was even forced to commit suicide? Does this mean our old ancestor didn't die in vain? That seems to be the case. Rumor has it that the old ancestor from the Gongsun family heard that Duan Lingtian had killed our old ancestor. That's why he wanted to snatch celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian. That's why he kidnapped Duan Lingtian's friends and tried to use Duan Lingtian's weak soul to force him to submit. However, he didn't expect that the soul attack he thought would kill Duan Lingtian would fail to harm Duan Lingtian at all. What a pity! What a pity! At this moment, the group of people from Heavenly Wave Prefecture no longer felt that their old ancestor's death was unjust and unjust. After all, even Gongsun Wen Tian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, who was stronger than their old ancestor and the strongest powerhouse in Yen Huang realm, was forced to commit suicide by Duan Lingtian even though he was fully prepared. Based on this, one could easily imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? He managed to defeat the strongest powerhouse in Yen Huang realm with just his cultivation base. Is there anyone in the mundane realm who's a match for him? The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion, who no longer felt wronged, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength. Tang Sect in the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. News of Duan Lingtian killing Gongsun Wen Tian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, and Gongsun Hong, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mystical ancient galaxy, spread to the Tang Sect as time passed. It's been many years since a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed in Yen Huang realm. Who knew Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, would kill 3 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm in just a few years. One of them is the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Who's Duan Lingtian? How can he be so freakish? I heard Duan Lingtian has appeared in Tang's sect before. Moreover, he's a friend of Tang Xiao, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Tang's sect. Is that true? I think it's true. I think I've heard someone mention it before. Everyone in Tang's sect was shocked as well. That Duan Lingtian actually has such strength. When Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang's sect, received the news, he was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. After regaining his senses, an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face, as expected. When he heard Duan Lingtian had killed the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was already shocked. However, at the same time he felt Duan Lingtian must have been lucky to be able to kill the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Now that he heard the news from the mystical ancient galaxy, he realized Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion's soul attack at all. After all, he could easily withstand the soul attack of the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm and had even forced the old ancestor to commit suicide. Is Xiao Zhao's friend the reincarnation of a celestial god? Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying strength when he's just an eminent celestial? Tang Chong could not calm down for a long time. On planet Satel in the Kost Galaxy, this was the transit station of the last interstellar transportation formation that Duan Lingtian had used when he was returning to Earth. It was considered a relatively remote galaxy in Yanhuang realm. This projection was brought back by a friend of mine from an interstellar merchant. It was recorded by a cultivator using a mirror image talisman. Look, doesn't the person in the projection look familiar? Soon enough, a person from the Kost Galaxy sent the projection to 10 people, 100 people, and 1,000 people. Soon enough, the entire Kost Galaxy was shocked. Heavens, isn't this purple-clad young man the cultivator who destroyed the disaster-level battleship and killed the patriarch of the Garnier clan? It's said that the old man he killed was the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion, one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm. He was a powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The kind of person who stands at the peak of Yanhuang realm and can destroy an apocalypse-level battleship with just a flick of his finger? How could he kill such a person? A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial alone is enough to destroy an SSS-grade technological civilization. However, this purple-clad cultivator is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Fortunately, he didn't vent his anger on the Garnier clan and the people of the Kost Galaxy. Otherwise, he would have been able to destroy the entire Kost Galaxy. The people in the Kost Galaxy had only received news that Duan Lingtian had killed the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion. However, they were still unaware of this. After a while, the news of the purple-clad cultivator killing the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm would spread like wildfire. At that time, the Kost Galaxy would be shaken again. In the galaxy where the Yellow Darch Mansion was located. In the Yellow Darch Mansion. It's finally full. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian discovered the speed at which the defective metal piece was devouring the celestial ascension force had slowed down. What's this defective metal piece? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel that the defective metal piece in his hand was not simple. What a joke! How could something that could devour the celestial ascension force for 3 days and 3 nights and delay his ascension to the Devata realm be simple? Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Xian Yuanji and Su Li rushed over after receiving Duan Lingtian's message. based on the fact that the speed at which it's devouring the celestial ascension force is slowing down. It'll stop devouring the celestial ascension force in a dozen breaths at most. At that time, I'll have to ascend. When Duan Lingtian saw Xianyuan Ji and Su Li, he smiled faintly and said, "Old brother Ji, Su Li, I'll wait for both of you in the Devata realm." "Brother Lingtian," Xianyuan Ji said solemnly, "the Devata realm is different from the mundane realms. You might be at the peak in the mundane realms. However, in the Devata realms, even with your strength, you'll only be barely passable. In the Devata realms, there are many golden celestials who are stronger than you, great overarching golden celestials, and even stronger beings than great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, you have to be careful in the Devata realm." As a member of the Yellow Arch Mansion, Xianyuan Ji had read many ancient manuals passed down from generation to generation in the Yellow Arch Mansion. For this reason, he had a certain understanding of the Devata realm. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was mentally prepared for this. In the mundane realms, Duan Lingtian might be considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, but in the Devata realms his strength was nothing. "Duan Lingtian, take care." Su Li was a man of few words, but the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was enough to show his reluctance to part with him. He and Duan Lingtian had known each other since they were young, and he knew very well how rare it was for them to be able to be together after so long. For this reason, he treasured their friendship. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. His feelings were similar to Su Li's. A dozen breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. It's finally eaten its fill. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the defective metal piece in his hand stopped devouring the celestial ascension force after a dozen breaths. Whoosh! The celestial ascension force that shrouded him grew denser and denser. In the end, he lost consciousness under the influence of the celestial ascension force. Only his eyes and his consciousness were clear. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and Xianyuan Ji and Su Li's figures blurred. After a few moments, both of their figures disappeared, replaced by darkness. It was as though day had turned into night in just a blink of an eye. All of this happened without warning. Gradually, Duan Lingtian discovered that his consciousness was beginning to blur as well, until... Chapter 2573. The Devata realms were just a general term. In the colossal world, there were 81 Devata realms. At the same time in the colossal world, countless mundane realms surrounded the 81 Devata realms like stars surrounding the moon. It was as though the 81 Devata realms were the supreme emperors. Generally speaking, people from the mundane realms, whether they were eminent celestials or 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, would ascend to the Devata realms nearby. For example, since the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm, was adjacent to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm would usually ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, nothing was absolute. Once there was an upheaval in the colossal world, the space between the mundane realms and the Devata realms would be distorted as well. At that time, it was impossible for people who ascended from the mundane realms to ascend to the Devata realms adjacent to their mundane realms. Naturally, the colossal world would not always experience upheavals. There would only be upheavals once every 10,000 years, and they would last for 1,000 years. In other words, the chances were very slim. There was only a 1 in 10 chance of encountering an upheaval in the colossal world. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's luck was pretty good. The upheaval that would last for 1,000 years would only occur once every 10,000 years in the Great Thousand World. It had started less than a year ago and would continue for another 1,000 years. For this reason, the chances of Duan Lingtian ascending to the Jade Emperor Heaven were extremely slim. When Duan Lingtian was shrouded by the celestial ascension force and was pulled out of the mundane realm to ascend to the Devata realms, his consciousness had disappeared. He had no idea what had happened in between. When he regained consciousness, he discovered he was in a pool shrouded in white mist. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he began to look around and discovered he was in a pool as big as a football field on earth. Not far from him, more and more figures appeared one after another. After these figures appeared, their eyes were tightly closed, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people in the surroundings had opened their eyes as well. It was apparent that some of them had opened their eyes before he did. This is the Devata realm. I've ascended. I've finally ascended. So this is the heavenly celestial stage? Indeed, it's different from before. The celestial origin energy in my body has completely transformed into celestial origin energy. It seems like it's all thanks to the celestial ascension pool. I've long heard that once eminent celestials ascend to the Devata realms, they'll enter the celestial ascension pool in the Devata realms. They'll only regain their consciousness after becoming heavenly celestials. I don't even know when I became a celestial immortal. This is a celestial immortal? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian perked up his ears and heard commotion in his surroundings. It seemed like those who had regained their consciousness were talking. Heavenly celestial? Upon hearing these people's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into his body. Indeed, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had completely transformed into celestial origin energy. His cultivation base had also become a heavenly celestial without him realizing it. Also, I don't have any clothes on me. Duan Lingtian discovered he was completely naked. Fortunately, the white mist in the celestial ascension pool had covered most of his body, so he was not exposed. Why did they have clothes on them? At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the people around him were all wearing clothes. Some were dressed sloppily, some were dressed plainly, and some were dressed smartly. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, and some were skinny. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men who seemed to be in their 70s. It seems like there aren't many female cultivators in the mundane realms who can ascend to the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He could understand why this was the case. After all, most women were not as talented as men when it came to cultivation. Naturally, this was only limited to women. There were a small number of women who were much more talented than men. When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses, he was delighted that he had become a heavenly celestial. What's all this noise? Shut up, all of you! All of a sudden, an impatient voice rang from the edge of the celestial ascension pool. The voice seemed to contain magic as it drowned out the commotion in the celestial ascension pool. When the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, heard the voice, they turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a silver-clad figure standing in front of them. They saw a young man dressed in silver armor, standing next to the celestial ascension pool. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he had a sturdy build. His eyes were as large as copper gongs as he looked at the group of people who had just regained consciousness after becoming heavenly celestials in the celestial ascension pool, including Duan Lingtian. After a moment of silence, one of the young men dressed in embroidered robes, standing in the celestial ascension pool, sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself father in front of me? It's none of your business what we're talking about." Many people in the celestial ascension pool nodded in agreement when they heard the young man's words. At the same time, they looked at the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor, standing next to the celestial ascension pool with a mocking smile on their faces. Among the people standing in the celestial ascension pool, which one of them was not a prodigy in their respective mundane realms. The fact that they were able to pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the Devata realms was enough to prove their innate talent and strength. For this reason, all of them had their own pride. How could they allow someone to shout at them? Ha ha ha! As soon as the young man finished speaking, a burst of unbridled laughter rang from outside the celestial ascension pool. A moment later, another young man in silver armor appeared before everyone's eyes like a ghost. Unlike the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor, this young man dressed in silver armor had a medium build and a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor and said mockingly, "Wang Wei, it seems like you're regressing as you age. Even an ascender dares to shout at you now?" Feng Qing, the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor. Wang Wei's expression darkened even more when he heard Feng Qing's words. He glared at Feng Qing before he looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes. His eyes were burning with anger as he said, "Brat, if you have the guts, stay in the celestial ascension pool for the rest of your life. If you dare to come out, What can you do if I come out?" The young man dressed in embroidered robes interrupted Wang Wei and flew out of the celestial ascension pool. It was as though he was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. This fellow is in trouble. Chapter 2574. Earlier, when the silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, laughed, Duan Lingtian's gaze instantly shifted to the edge of the pool. He wanted to see who the person who laughed was. Unfortunately, even with his full attention, he could only catch a glimpse of Feng Qing's afterimage before he appeared. After witnessing Feng Qing's speed, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Feng Qing's strength was not simple at all. If his strength was simple, how could he be so fast? After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer an eminent celestial in the mundane realm. He had ascended to a Devata realm and became a heavenly celestial in the celestial ascension pool. His cultivation base and strength were much stronger than when he was in the mundane realms. Naturally, his standards had improved as well. Feng Qing's speed is comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian knew Feng Qing's speed was comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Feng Qing's speed was comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, it did not mean Feng Qing's cultivation base was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realm did not have a physical body and relied on their souls to survive. For this reason, they could not cast any divine abilities or celestial methods from Devata realms. On the other hand, celestials in the Devata realms did not have such restrictions. For this reason, those who possessed speed comparable to ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realm might not necessarily be at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Some of them might be slightly weaker. However, for someone who was as fast as a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms, even if their cultivation base was not at the peak of the heavenly celestial realm, they were not someone who had just ascended to the Devata realms could compare to. Although Wang Wei did not display his strength, Duan Lingtian was certain Feng Qing's opponent was Feng Qing. Based on the confrontation between Feng Qing and Wang Wei, Duan Lingtian could tell Feng Qing's strength was comparable to Wang Wei's. Feng Qing was certain Feng Qing and Wang Wei's strength was on par with each other. In other words, he was certain Wang Wei was as strong as Feng Qing. When Duan Lingtian saw the young man in embroidered robes fly out of the immortal ascension pool and appear in front of Wang Wei, he vaguely realized that the young man in embroidered robes was about to suffer. As Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, Wang Wei attacked with lightning speed. Bang! His palm struck out mercilessly. It destroyed the celestial origin energy that the young man in embroidered robes had just put up. Then, it landed on the young man's shoulder. Crack! Ah! A crisp and ear-piercing sound, accompanied by an incomparably shrill scream, rang out. Under the gazes of everyone present, one of the arm of the young man in embroidered clothes was directly torn off by Wang Wei's palm strike. Moreover, it brought about an expanse of blood in the air that continued to dye the ground, dazzling and dazzling. The severed arm also fell into the blood on the ground, splashing blood everywhere. Just as the pale-faced young man in embroidered robes was about to stop the bleeding from his severed shoulder, the young man in embroidered robes suddenly stopped the bleeding. Boom! Wang Wei waved his hand, and a vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his hand toward the severed arm of the young man in embroidered robes. It was clear Wang Wei intended to destroy the arm of the young man in embroidered robes. If the young man in embroidered robes could pick up the severed arm, he would be able to reattach it for a short time. After that, he would be able to recover after some rest. However, once the arm was destroyed, it would be impossible to reattach it. Although there were some medicinal pills in the Devata realms that could regrow severed limbs, they were extremely rare and expensive. Not everyone could obtain them. No. Wang Wei ignored the young man in embroidered robes and continued to destroy the severed arm of the young man in embroidered robes. How dare you destroy my right arm? Just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. I won't let you get away with this. The young man in embroidered robes' face turned even paler when he saw his severed arm being destroyed. However, his eyes were wide open and filled with blood and hatred. He stared at Wang Wei and let out waves of hysterical roars. It was as though he wanted to tear Wang Wei into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. You won't let me get away with this? Wang Wei smiled coldly when he heard the brocade-clad young man's words. He raised his hand again and slammed it down like a fan, pressing the brocade-clad young man down in front of him like a dead dog. Bang! Wang Wei raised his foot and stepped on the head of the young man in embroidered robes as he looked down at the young man. I'm curious. How can you not let me get away with this? This is no longer the mundane realm you came from. This is the Devata realm. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon or a tiger in the mundane realm. You're nothing but an ant in the Devata realm. Anyone can step on you. If it weren't for the rule that forbids us from killing those who have just ascended, you'd be dead by now. Wang Wei's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. I'm a direct disciple of the palace master of the Great Will Palace. The Great Will Palace, which I belong to, is a famous and powerful force, even in the blazing fire heaven. Since you destroyed my arm, I'll make sure you die a graveless death when I return to the Great Will Palace. The young man in embroidered robes, who was being stepped on by Wang Wei, shouted angrily. The Great Will Palace was the force that the young man in embroidered robes belonged to when he was in the mundane realm. The Great Will Palace's influence was not limited to the mundane realms. Even in the Devata realm, the blazing fire heaven, the Great Will Palace was a powerful force. Great Will Palace? Wang Wei was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then he sneered indifferently and said, I'm sorry. I've never heard of the Great Will Palace you mentioned. As for the blazing fire heaven, it must be the blazing fire heaven in the Devata realm, right? Unfortunately, you're not in the blazing fire heaven. We're in the spirit overarching heaven. The sneer on Wang Wei's face deepened as he continued to say, If I'm not mistaken, the Great Will Palace you mentioned must be a force in the blazing fire heaven. Unfortunately, you're not in the blazing fire heaven, but the spirit overarching heaven. For someone who has just ascended to a Devata realm, going to the blazing fire heaven from the spirit overarching heaven is more difficult than ascending to heaven. So what if the force you're in is a powerful force in the blazing fire heaven? You won't be able to borrow its power in the spirit overarching heaven. As he finished speaking, Wang Wei squatted down and gave the absent-minded young man in embroidered clothes 2 slaps on the face. The sound of the slaps was exceptionally clear. Boy, you better behave yourself in the spirit overarching heaven. If you dare to provoke me again, even if I can't kill you, I don't mind crippling one of your legs. Wang Wei looked at the young man disdainfully before he retracted his leg. However, the brocade-robed young man did not immediately regain his senses and stood up. He continued to lie there with a blank look in his eyes. It was as if he did not feel anything even after being slapped twice. He kept muttering to himself, "Young master, you're too young." He muttered to himself, "How's this possible? How's this possible? The mundane realm I'm in is the blazing fire heaven. How can this not be the blazing fire heaven?" The young man seemed to be in disbelief when he heard the young man's muttering. The Devata realm he was in was not the blazing fire heaven. At this moment, the young man seemed more like a lunatic than a heavenly celestial who had just become a heavenly celestial. This is the spirit overarching heaven? How's this possible? How can this not be the jade praying heaven? The eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms I'm from would usually ascend to the dream return heaven. Why would I ascend to the spirit overarching heaven? Can someone tell me what's going on? Duan Lingtian could hear a deafening commotion in the air. Those who had successfully become heavenly celestials in the celestial ascension pool had lost their composure when they heard Wang Wei say this was the spirit overarching heaven. They could not accept this cruel reality. This is the spirit overarching heaven? I ascended from Yen Huang realm. Shouldn't I ascend to the Jade Emperor heaven? At this moment, the group of ascenders in the surroundings was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Whether it was Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, or Xian Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Arch mansion. Both of them had told him before. Eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who ascended from Yen Huang realm would usually ascend to one of the 81 Devata realms, the Jade Emperor heaven, since it was the closest to Yen Huang realm. However, after listening to Wang Wei's words, Duan Lingtian learned that he was not in the Jade Emperor heaven. Currently, he was not in the Jade Emperor heaven, but a Devata realm called the Spirit Overarching Heaven. How's this possible? Duan Lingtian's eyes followed the gazes of the other ascenders and landed on Wang Wei, who was standing at the edge of the pool. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They did not know why they did not ascend to the Devata realm they had expected. Instead, they were sent to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, a Devata realm that was completely foreign to them. A year ago, there was an upheaval in the colossal world that occurs only once in 10,000 years. Wang Wei glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly as though he did not care to answer their questions. At this moment, the silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, began to explain. During the upheaval in the colossal world, there's only a small chance of ascending to the Devata realm that's adjacent to the mundane realm. The upheaval in the Great Thousand World only occurs once every 10,000 years. However, once it occurs, it will last for 1,000 years. Chapter 2575. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, the group of ascenders, including Duan Lingtian, finally understood what was going on. So that's how it is. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, all of this was related to the turmoil in the colossal world. Duan Lingtian had heard about the colossal world from Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. The colossal world was the name of the 81 Devata realms, the countless mundane realms, and some other realms. In short, it was the colossal world. The colossal world encompassed all the realms in the world. I see. The turmoil in the colossal world. I didn't know that our luck would be so good, that we would run into the turbulence of a sector that only has a 1 in 10 chance of happening. The most ridiculous thing is the turmoil in the colossal world only began a year ago. If I had ascended a year ago, I definitely wouldn't have ascended to this spirit overarching heaven that is completely unfamiliar to me. Initially, I thought I'd be able to join my sect after ascending to a Devata realm. I didn't expect I wouldn't ascend to the Devata realm my sect is in. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, the group of ascenders in the Celestial Ascension pool finally understood the reason they had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. As it turned out, it was due to the turmoil in the colossal world that occurred once every 10,000 years. We can't go against the will of the heavens. That's right. Isn't it our fate that we're here as well? Although it's an accident that we ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, let's take it one step at a time. Who knows when we'll be able to leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Devata realm we want to go to? That's easy for you to say. Didn't you hear Wang Wei say it's harder for us to leave the spirit overarching heaven to head to the Devata realm? Although there were some optimistic people among the group of ascenders in the celestial ascension pool, most of them were pessimistic. The former was calm while the latter was disappointed. Silence! All of a sudden, an explosive shout rang out, suppressing the clamor of the group of ascenders. It was the robust young man in silver armor, Wang Wei, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. My name is Wang Wei. I'm the guide for all of you who have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and have become heavenly celestials. Now, all of you, leave the celestial ascension pool immediately and follow me to report to the camp. Guide. Camp. Report for duty. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the group of ascenders, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but be stunned. Although they had ascended to the Devata realms, they did not know that the Devata realms were filled with people. After they ascended to the Devata realms, who would guide them to the camps? In the mundane realms, they were all blessed by the heavens and were used to being carefree. And now, listening to Wang Wei's words, it seemed that he wanted to bring them to report to some camp. An ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Lord Wang Wei, what do you mean by reporting to the camp? Soon after, a middle-aged man who had just ascended asked Wang Wei anxiously, "Cut the crap." However, Wang Wei merely glanced at the middle-aged ascender coldly when he asked the question. Then he looked at the group of ascendants who had become heavenly celestials, including Duan Lingtian, and said sternly, "I'll give you 3 breaths. If you're still in the celestial ascension pool after 3 breaths, this fellow will be your role model." Wang Wei said sternly as he pointed at the young man who had just stood up. His face was pale, but he no longer dared to shout in front of Wang Wei. Although the young man still hated Wang Wei, he was not afraid of Wang Wei. However, after witnessing Wang Wei's strength and learning that he was in an unfamiliar Devata realm, he no longer dared to challenge Wang Wei like he did before. He silently buried his hatred for Wang Wei in the depths of his heart. He planned to seek revenge from Wang Wei in the future when he was stronger than Wang Wei. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the group of ascenders around Duan Lingtian turned to look at the young man. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just a breath's time, the group of ascenders who had become heavenly celestials around Duan Lingtian had left the celestial ascension pool. They stood obediently and quietly beside Wang Wei, like a group of docile cats. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the celestial ascension pool. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian was the only one left who had become a heavenly celestial. As for the people around Duan Lingtian, they had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and were not heavenly celestials yet. The reason Duan Lingtian did not leave the celestial ascension pool was because he remembered his uncle Xia Xia had told him about the great Xia King. He remembered Xia Jie, Ker's third uncle from the divine offering land, had told him not to leave the celestial ascension pool so he could temper his 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. Duan Lingtian believed Xia Jie would not speak without thinking. For this reason, he did not plan to leave the celestial ascension pool since he would not be able to enter it again. Someone's not coming out. Soon after, a few of the ascenders standing next to Wang Wei turned to look at Duan Lingtian and exclaimed in unison, "Brother Lingtian!" They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. They did not expect someone would dare to defy Wang Wei and refuse to leave the celestial ascension pool. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that Wang Wei would cripple him and then humiliate him by trampling him on the ground? After all, They had already learned their lesson. Maybe he's distracted. One of the ascenders who had looked at Duan Lingtian speculated. Upon hearing this, the other ascenders and Wang Wei turned to look at Duan Lingtian in the celestial ascension pool in unison. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the celestial ascension pool among the ascenders who had yet to become heavenly celestials. He stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. "Brat, you have one more breath left." Wang Wei did not expect Duan Lingtian would still be in the celestial ascension pool at this moment. His expression darkened immediately. "If you still don't come out after one more breath, I'll cripple one of your arms and legs. Then I'll step on you and ruin your pretty face with the sole of my shoe." A hint of jealousy flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian's handsome face that could mesmerize thousands of girls. After all, compared to Duan Lingtian, Wang Wei's appearance was extremely ordinary. As a celestial from the Devata realms, it was possible to disguise one's face to look better. However, not many people would do that. After all, it would be easy for others to see through their disguises and make fun of them. For this reason, most people chose to maintain their original appearances. Duan Lingtian had planned to negotiate with Wang Wei when he saw Wang Wei looking at him. He wanted to say he had something to attend to and could not leave the celestial ascension pool for the time being. However, when he heard Wang Wei's words, his face instantly darkened. "If it weren't for the fact that I've left the celestial ascension pool and can't return, I would have left the celestial ascension pool immediately. I want to see how you're going to cripple one of my arms and legs, trample on me, and ruin my face," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as he looked at Wang Wei coldly. When Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. Even the other silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, was stunned. He stared at Duan Lingtian, who was in the celestial ascension pool. Feng Qing could not figure it out. How could this newly ascended heavenly celestial be so arrogant after witnessing Wang Wei's strength? Was he not afraid of death? The celestial ascension pool was specially used by eminent celestials to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. As for the celestial ascension pool, used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials to reconstruct their bodies and become golden celestials, it was somewhere else. Therefore, he was certain that the purple-clad young man in the celestial ascension pool was someone who had just ascended to become a heavenly celestial, not a golden celestial. Wang Wei and Feng Qing were not the only ones who were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Even the group of ascended cultivators standing next to Wang Wei were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It took them a while before they regained their senses. Is he crazy? Some of the ascended cultivators who regained their senses looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. It's one thing if he didn't know Lord Wang Wei's strength earlier, but now that he's seen Lord Wang Wei's strength, he dares to provoke Lord Wang Wei? Is he seeking death? He's still so impulsive even after learning from Duan Lingtian's mistake. He's seeking death. Does he think he's still in the mundane realm? The group of ascended cultivators could not help but shake their heads as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave. "Kid, it's been 3 breaths time." At this moment, Wang Wei finally regained his senses. He glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as flames of fury burned in his eyes. "Now I'll wait for you to come out. I don't believe you'll be able to stay in there forever." After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qing and said, "Feng Qing, let's switch shifts for now. You'll lead this batch of ascended cultivators to the camp first. I'll lead the next batch of ascended cultivators you're supposed to lead. You don't have to wait any longer. You can go back and cultivate immediately." Both Wang Wei and Feng Qing were in charge of leading the celestial ascension pool. Wang Wei was in charge of leading Duan Lingtian and the other ascended cultivators. Meanwhile, Feng Qing was in charge of leading the next batch of ascended cultivators. Chapter 2576. Thank you. Feng Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Wei's words. After all, he and Wang Wei had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a few thousand years ago. Since they had no background or backing, they were still at the bottom of the spirit overarching heaven. Although he was better now, he could only show off his superiority in front of those who had just ascended and those who had just ascended not long ago. In the spirit overarching heaven, if one did not have a strong background or backing, one could only rely on oneself to change one's fate, whether it was in the spirit overarching heaven or other Devata realms. One's strength spoke louder than words. The weak were like ants in front of the strong. Under such circumstances, they would try their best to make use of the time available to cultivate in order to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Because only by further improving their strength would their status in the spirit overarching heaven be correspondingly improved, and they would be able to look down on more people. They would not only be able to look down on those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, but also on those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. As for you, thank you. If it weren't for you, Wang Wei wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me to switch shifts. After thanking Wang Wei, Feng Qing glanced at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile on his face. Then he led the group of people who had just left the celestial ascension pool and surrounded Wang Wei away. After Feng Qing and the others left, apart from those who had yet to become heavenly celestials, Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei were the only ones left in the celestial ascension pool that was as big as a football field. Since you want to wait, you can wait as long as you want. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Wang Wei, who was glaring at him with anger in his eyes. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the anger in Wang Wei's eyes and closed his eyes to feel the gentle energy in the celestial ascension pool. It was a power that was similar to celestial elemental energy, but it was also very different from celestial elemental energy. When it touched his body, it gave him a very warm feeling. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Since third uncle reminded me not to be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool after I ascend to the Devata realms, I'm sure it'll be beneficial to me. He had only met Xiajia once, so they couldn't be considered acquaintances. However, based on the fact that Xiajia was the third uncle of his wife, Ke'er, and the fact that Xiajia had saved his life before, he did not doubt Xiajia's words at all. But how should I temper the heavenly vein? Could it be that I have to absorb the energy from the celestial ascension pool and merge it with my body? Then it will circulate through my 99 heavenly veins while tempering them. Duan Lingtian immediately relaxed his body and mind, absorbing the gentle energy from the celestial ascension pool into his body and circulating it through his 99 heavenly veins. Although Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down, he did not notice the energy from the celestial ascension pool had a tempering effect on his 99 heavenly veins. He continued for half an hour, but there was still no effect. What's going on? Why is there no effect at all? Is third uncle trying to trick me? An hour later, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes in bewilderment. At this moment, the group of people around Duan Lingtian had not become heavenly celestials, so they had regained their consciousness as well. Only Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei, the silver-armored young man standing next to the celestial ascension pool, were conscious. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Wang Wei glaring at him coldly. It was as though he wanted to tear him into pieces. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wang Wei indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he focused on the 99 saint veins in his body. There's no reason for third uncle to lie to me. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. Right. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I think I can try using the divine ability, the elementary devouring spell, to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool. After casting the elementary devouring tactic, the speed at which I absorb the energy in the celestial ascension pool will reach a terrifying level. Perhaps the energy in the celestial ascension pool will have a tempering effect on the 99 saint veins in my body. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. A black vortex appeared and merged with his body. However, due to the white mist surrounding the immortal ascension pool, Wang Wei, who was standing beside the immortal ascension pool, did not notice anything amiss. However, Wang Wei soon couldn't help but frown, because he clearly saw the white mist in the immortal ascension pool where the purple-robed ascender that he hated to the bone was standing shook. Then it actually twisted and spun, almost completely concealing the purple-robed ascender's figure. What's he doing? Wang Wei's expression darkened. However, he could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was doing. He felt even more frustrated. It's really effective. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had cast the elementary devouring tactic, quickly discovered that the energy in the celestial ascension pool was being sucked into the immortal ascension pool. The energy in the celestial ascension pool that he had absorbed through the elementary devouring tactic was running amok in his 99 heavenly veins. It was completely out of his control, causing the 99 heavenly veins in his body to be greatly pressured. Under such pressure, the 99 heavenly veins continued to be damaged and healed. In this manner, it continued to circulate. During this process, Duan Lingtian also experienced a heart-wrenching pain. Every time one of his heavenly veins was torn, it was as though a knife was scraping his internal organs. He could only endure the pain silently. However, as the heavenly veins continued to be damaged and healed, they became even more tenacious. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's actions were effective. The 99 heavenly veins in his body continued to transform under his relentless tempering. With the passage of time, a great transformation similar to that of a phoenix's nirvana had taken place. Duan Lingtian was so engrossed in tempering his 99 heavenly veins that he did not notice. Around him, as time passed, batch after batch of ascenders appeared. Naturally, these ascenders had just ascended and had not become heavenly celestials. Therefore, they were in a comatose state as well. That was not all. Even the group of people who had ascended after Duan Lingtian, who should have become heavenly celestials in the spirit overarching heaven, did not show any signs of waking up. At some point, Wang Wei was no longer the only person dressed in silver armor at the edge of the celestial ascension pool. There were 3 people dressed in silver armor standing next to Wang Wei. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. At this moment, the 3 of them were looking at the people in the celestial ascension pool in confusion. What's going on? Usually at this time there should be 3 batches of ascenders who had successfully become heavenly celestials and woke up. However, none of them showed any signs of becoming heavenly celestials or waking up at this time. Wang Wei, just who is this ascender that's still in the midst of the swirling white fog? Who is he? I have a feeling that the reason why the 3 groups of ascenders who should have become heavenly immortals and awakened didn't wake up has something to do with him. The gazes of the middle-aged man in silver armor and the other 2 young men in silver armor fell on Wang Wei, who was beside them. Waves of confusion rose in their eyes simultaneously. They had been here for a while, so they knew why Wang Wei was still in the celestial ascension pool. You're thinking too much. How could someone who has just ascended be able to affect other ascenders' chances of becoming heavenly celestials? Wang Wei looked at the faintly discernible purple figure that was surrounded by the constantly rotating white fog with a look of contempt on his face. That's true. However, who can explain what's going on? I have a feeling this isn't a coincidence. It's a pity we can't use our divine consciousness to check the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, we can use our divine consciousness to check if this is the doing of this purple-clad ascender. The middle-aged man and the 2 young men in silver armor frowned when they heard Wang Wei's words. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on outside. He was unaware that he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool and affect the ascender's chances of becoming heavenly celestials. Although the energy in the celestial ascension pool was constantly being nurtured, every time it was nurtured, it would be completely absorbed by him. Under such circumstances, the group of ascenders around him would not even be able to obtain a single strand of hair, until Duan Lingtian discovered the 99 heavenly veins in his body were no longer damaged. He opened his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. My 99 heavenly veins are no longer the same as when I first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his heavenly veins. Not only had the heavenly vein in his body become tougher, but it had also widened significantly. If the original saint veins in his body were as thick as a small snake's body, then each saint vein in his body was as thick as a python's body. They couldn't be compared at all. Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised by the transformation of his 99 heavenly veins. He stopped using the elementary devouring technique, and the white fog that enveloped him gradually dissipated, revealing his figure. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.